Today is in session to formally start our budget presentations, and we are very, very excited today. We have all three commissioners with us in the room, and this is a rare thing, so welcome everyone. And then also in the room, we have numerous folks, and instead of having them go around and state their name, they can just sign in the back, or Judy, our clerk, can take. Is in session. Oh, we got some feedback over there from Commissioner Lachiondo.
I was listening to you on my computer.
All right, so any changes to the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Just one clarification.
Okay, I'll need a motion on the clarification.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move to amend the agenda for clarification on numbers 1 and 2.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor state aye.
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 Aye, ayes have it, motion carries. All right, Mr. Phil McCrane, we are so excited to start these presentations, and I know that you have done a lot of work with your staff, and we're ready to go in these challenging COVID times, and I think it's going to be a very interesting presentation, very interesting year. So with that, this is your time, and it's your presentation, so please take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. I think it speaks to just the significance and the nature of the budget and the fact that we are all here in the room together. It's been months since we've all seen the whites of each other's eyes simultaneously. So thank you to each of you for making the accommodations, both for our office as well as all the departments, to hear these presentations in person and to work through. I think we've done a lot to work through the technology so that any interested department or the public can be streaming on YouTube along with us as we go throughout. But it really speaks to the unique nature of COVID and everything else in terms of how we're handling this. So thank you very much. I'm just going to kick things off, and so I know all of you are aware, but just for those who aren't, over the course of the week, we will be hearing presentations from each of the elected offices and departments in terms of an overview of what they did with last year's budget, what the accomplishments they had over the past year is, and then most specifically, what are their requests and needs for the FY21 budget as we'll be developing that. So this is really the opportunity to listen, to ask questions, get all the information necessary to make an informed decision regarding the budget, and then we will head into next week, which will really be the deliberative process where it will largely be an exchange among you and with Kathleen and I walking through coming up with a balanced budget so that we can meet all our statutory goals this year. And obviously this is has been a challenging time getting up to this point, but I know for you guys, BOE shortly follows the budget always, so we have this compacted calendar to work through. Madam Chair.
Yes, I was remiss not to introduce our new commissioner, Patrick Malloy. Since COVID started back in March, I believe, is when Commissioner Visser decided to retire early. And Commissioner Patrick Malloy was appointed by the governor. He's been with us 2 months now, but who's counting, right?
Feels like 6.
Feels like 6, and we've really enjoyed him being on the board, and especially his sense of humor.
Yes, exactly.
So welcome, and thanks for joining us for the presentations.
Thank you.
I think that's important. I mean, what a time to come in. If it feels like 6, it'll feel like 12 by the next 2 weeks. And then BOE, I don't even know how you add that up. So welcome, Commissioner Malloy. As I was saying, the good news is, and I think as a board you're aware of this, but just for the public, our budget is looking very good just heading into these presentations and deliberations. In terms of Kathleen and I, and Kathleen has much greater experience than I do, this is very unique where we're starting in such a good place due to the work that the elected offices and departments did in terms of heeding what we had said at the beginning of the year when we kicked it off, saying we really need to cut. Property tax relief has been a very important topic to our community. You've heard that with the town hall sessions that you've had, and you can see that in the submissions this year that departments took that seriously. And so prior to COVID, we were already on track to really address some of the economic needs, and fortunately for us, that puts us in a good position under difficult circumstances in terms of the budget. The way this is going to work this morning here briefly, I'm going to turn it over to Kathleen. She'll give an overview of where we stand, what the budget looks like as initially submitted, and then we'll start into the presentation specifically by Development Services, going over our extraordinary operating expenses and capital improvement program recommendations, because those are some of the larger ones that we'll be discussing in the presentation. And then from there, we'll get into the schedule of departments. And we'll just be working through that through the week, especially because of some of the changes we've had to make with COVID. I just ask everybody, both you in the room as well as those watching on YouTube, just to be patient with us, because It's interesting in terms of the time structure that we have, right? Everyone's been allotted a certain amount of time. Both the time allotments are largely based on the size of their budget and the size of the office or department. So for example, we'll hear from the sheriff's office this afternoon. The sheriff will have the most amount of time because they have the largest budget and the largest office, in contrast to, say, the treasurer's office, which will have a much briefer period of time here this morning. Again, size of the office and budget. And so we'll be working through that. We've asked, though, that the presenters only come for their portions. So the people that you see in the room with me are people presenting today. And so that's going to be a little bit to juggle. That's not, normally we can just call on somebody and bring the next person up. I think there's going to be a little bit of queuing. Kathleen and I have tried to work through that to try and make it go as smoothly as possible. But I'm sure there's going to be some bumps in the road as we go. Again, we'll just blame COVID like everything else these days. I will be here throughout the process. We'll have our staff. So as you have questions, even if a department can't answer that, we'll be documenting and following along so that we can follow up, get you the information you need to make informed decisions. Obviously, this is the opportunity, especially Commissioner Malloy, since this is your first experience, this is the opportunity to get those questions you want, because next week, that will be when I'm really putting pressure to say, make decisions, not ask for new information. This is the week to get all that information so you can make informed decisions next week. With that, if there's no questions for me, I'm going to turn it over to Kathleen to kick things off.
Madam Chair, just a quick scheduling question. We're scheduled to go to 4. Is that the anticipated stop time?
Correct. That is in
Okay.
yeah.
I guess I have a childcare issue, so I would request everyone keep in line so that my children aren't languishing out somewhere.
I don't think for the end of any of the days, I think we should be good on time. It's also, I think, actually, Commissioner Lachon, you noted one of the things, we have sent out a press release. Tomorrow evening, there will be an opportunity for the public to weigh in. We've sent it out, and we're going to be working on a kind of a virtual public hearing for public to provide comment, as well as we provided the email address like we did last year so that the public can submit those emails, and we can get that feedback to you as well throughout the process.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I'll turn it over to Kathleen.
Welcome, Kathleen. How many years of budget seasons have you gone through?
Budget season's only 10, even though I've been here with the county for over 30,
30.
so,
We're in good hands.
yeah. And good morning, and thank you. And just as Phil mentioned, in those 10 years, I have never seen a budget be submitted like we have here today. We are in a very good position starting out. But before we go through the budget, I'd like to review the guidance that we gave departments and how we came up with their appropriation, if applicable. So tax-supported departments were given the appropriation amount that was based on their FY20 budget, adjusted for 3 things. 1, any one-time supplementals that were approved last year. 2, we withheld 50% of the office and department's average 3-year savings from their operating and capital. And if you'll remember, that was with the thought that if the departments don't budget that in their budget, we could have that available to give a 2% COLA and merit to our employees. And 3, we increased their appropriation by the amount of the risk fund premium increase. As you'll remember, the increase in the risk fund premium was quite large this year, and we felt that collectively we decided that we shouldn't ask offices and departments to fund that increase without giving them the ability to do so. So we adjusted their appropriation for those amounts. And then also, we allowed departments to increase their appropriation by any new departmental revenue that they were budgeting over last year. We had 9 submissions using revenue as a factor in their appropriation for an increase of $3.1 million. 73%, or $2.2 million, came from the Sheriff's Office. Last year, we had 12 submissions using revenue for a factor of $4.1 million. If departments were over their appropriation, they were to submit supplemental requests. 17 departments submitted supplemental requests for a total of $10,050,287. However, $4.1 million of those requests will be offset with the use of fund balance if approved. Last year, we had 22 supplemental requests for a total of $14.3 million. Self-supporting departments could submit above last year with no supplemental request required, as they have to submit a balanced budget to begin with where their revenue equals their expense. Departments were also asked to keep in mind when submitting personnel requests that we were looking at that COLA or merit. Are there any questions?
Questions?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Alexander?
Kathleen, I would love to get a copy of that high-level overview. That would be really great. If you could kind of put that into a little package for me in terms of those bullet points you just mentioned. Thank you.
Certainly. I also want to take a moment and thank all the elected officials, department directors, and their financial staff. Since we weren't in the office, as Phil mentioned, when budget submissions were to be submitted, we asked that everything be submitted electronically. This was the first time we have not had a person across the desk to ask questions of as we were going through their submissions. Everyone was as we navigated this new process, everyone was very responsive when responding to our questions, our inquiries, and asking for additional documentation. Also, I'd like to thank my office, specifically Tim Sturgis, Lori Beck, and Anthony Locke-Smith. Thanks also to Cassie Donnell, Amy Herrig, and Andrea Byrne in HR, and Richard Beck and Kelly Woodworth in Development Services. And at this time, we're going to go over the budget. So, and I can't get this to fit all on one screen, but at this point, we are starting out with an adjusted budget of $280,044,631. That is adjusted down from the adopted budget by $8 million. So we removed the capital investment program, the master's facility funding, and the extraordinary operation expenses, so we could have an apples-to-apples look at what was submitted. We have personnel increases of $4.7 million. Those increases include 30 new positions that fit within the appropriation for $1.8 million. We had reclasses, special salary adjustments, et cetera, for $879,000, and overtime change of $159,000. Coincidentally, we have 30 new positions being requested on supplementals for $1.9 million, and 300, well, that didn't work very well. $308,000 for reclasses and special salary adjustments as supplementals as well. Netting against cuts of $328,000 due to attrition and such, and then the change in the 2% holdback was 66, so netting for an increase of $4.7 million. On the operating and capital side, we have a decrease of $14.3 million. We have supplemental requests in the general fund of $5.1 million. The special taxing districts at $1.8 million, and then all the other 3% cap funds have supplementals of $777,000. And just as an aside, I don't know if you remember what the 3% cap funds, will refer to that a lot, but that is all the other funds that, along with current expense, share in the 3% cap on base of property taxes. We have reductions to net against those increases in the self-supporting funds at $9.7 million. Those include the coroner's facility and parking garage construction funds at $1.2 million and $829,000. Treatment courts reduced their budget by 1.6, the landfill 2.7, and billing services of $633,000. The other 3% cap funds reduced their budgets by $6,312,038. $6 million of this is from indigent. Budget come in this low, but we do have to add in a few things that we talked about that we wanted to do. We talked about a 2% merit COLA. That's $1.6 million per percent, so that increases the budget by $2.9 million. We have a healthcare premium increase that's $720 per employee. That adds $1.5 to the budget. The capital investment program that was submitted to you is $1.1 million. The extraordinary operating expenses, another 1.1 million. And the master's facility fund plan funding, 4.3 million, for a total budget, everything included, $281,567,425, which is under the adopted budget by 6.5 million.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Lachando.
question for Kathleen and Phil and maybe Anthony. As you guys know, I like to use my Commissioner's Playground spreadsheet over here. As I'm working through this on my own, where am I plugging in or not plugging in, if it's already in there, the health insurance and all those other pieces? I can plug in on the front page of this, the COLA component, but where would I be looking to plug in the health insurance and the other items?
Already in there. We'll get you an update.
What?
We, on the health, specific on the health insurance, the other ones are on there. The health insurance, we need to add something to it, to add to the
So you'll send
version
me
we
a-
sent you, yeah.
Okay, you'll send me a version 2.0?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to look at how those requests equate to our funding. And we're going to start out with the self-supporting departments. These are the departments like the landfill, billing services, consolidated elections, emergency communications, where their revenue equals their expense. And as you can see, that is the case at $45,188,448. In looking at how this is built, we have funding of revenue starting out from last year at $37.7 million. Additional revenue being budgeted this year at $1 million, and the use of fund balance of $6.3 million. The fund balance that's being used here is for Expo Idaho, $1.7 million, $2.7 million from emergency communications, and $1.8 million from treatment courts. Looking at our ongoing personnel expenses, we have $8 million. Well, that was weird. You're not supposed to see that number yet. 8 million. We have operating ongoing of 23.5 million, and the use of fund balance at 13.6. As you can see, the ongoing costs here are being covered with ongoing revenue, and half of the one-time projects are being covered with ongoing revenue, the remainder being covered with fund balance. We add in the health insurance really quick. We add in the cost of living or merit. We have a deficit of 278,000. That's about 106 and 171,000 each. Again, being able to be covered with ongoing revenues in those funds. Moving over to self-supported the taxing districts. These are the districts of EMS, pest, mosquito, and your component unit of Avamore. And as you can see, there is a surplus right now of about $39,000. They're funding at $19,777,967 and expenditures of $19,738,300. Funding is property taxes from last year at $8.5 million, departmental revenue of $10,908,251. There's actually a decrease in revenue here of $815,000, and this is due to EMS. So their patient payments, they estimate, will be down based on the pandemic and their billing and not being able to get those in timely. So they have adjusted for that in the current year, plus they've adjusted for that in the upcoming year. We have 3% of base at $2,000. This is for Avamore. There is no other additional tax revenue in here for any of the other funds at this point. And the use of fund balance of $1.1 million. Again, this is a small portion for pest and mosquito, but the majority is EMS. Ongoing personnel costs of $14.2 million and ongoing operating at $5.3 with a small capital projects request of $62,000 from pest and mosquito. Here you'll see this isn't ideal where we have ongoing costs being covered with some one-time funding. Again, this is EMS. In looking at what their fund balance will be, we figure this is a one-off. It's just going to be for this 1 year. But looking at where their fund balance is estimated to be at the end of the year, with reserving to stay on a cash basis, reserving to stay their budget stabilization, the use of this fund balance, they will still have $4 million of fund balance available. So we're comfortable with the budget as it's submitted. If we find ourselves in this situation again next year, we'll need to look at what we can do, but at this point, we're comfortable with the information.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, this is a question I had asked Phil before, but I think it'll be helpful for kind of a 20,000-foot view as we go forward. My understanding is that even during perhaps 10-ish years ago, when the county chose not to take any budget increases for the regular general fund for current expense, they still did for EMS. And I just would love to better dive into that background to just kind of see what we did historically as we think about this year.
Yes, Commissioner Laciando, Madam Chairman, that is correct. We had always allowed the special taxing districts, so EMS and pest and mosquito, to take their 3% and to take the new construction roll. They were harmed in no way when the county did not take the 3% or the new construction roll. And for information purposes, the 3% for the for EMS is $201,000, and the new construction roll equates to $250,000.
And just to add, as a result, I think you recognize this, but they have a very small foregone balance as a result because they have not really foregone much, if any, taxes.
Right. So if we add in the health insurance increase and the 2% COLA merit, we have a deficit of $517,000. But like I said, included in here, we don't have included in here any of those additional property taxes that you just asked about, Commissioner Laciando. So if we were to add those in, that would certainly almost cover this deficit. And again, we're not concerned with the way the budget was submitted and the use of the fund balance. They've cut that budget. They don't have any capital in there. So they're very mindful of how their funding works.
I think it's an ongoing potential structural issue with, from our book of business, Medicaid expansions helping us on indigent, and that's fantastic. We know for EMS, however, they get paid about half what they get paid for each transport through Medicaid. So it's just going to be an ongoing structural problem.
Kathleen, is there a breakdown this year for the departments, especially departments like Development Services, that are funded both with general funds and with revenues, their own fees? Is there a breakdown that, especially for Commissioner Malloy's benefit, that he can see how these are funded by fund and by revenue type?
There is. We can provide that.
Would it
can
be
provide
a
that
whole
for you
lot of
so you
work?
can see that.
It'd be interesting, I think, for you to see what percentage, for example, for Development Services is actually funded through the general fund
Right.
versus, the fees. Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
And actually, Madam Chair, I had a question. Kathleen, I hate to take you way back to the beginning, but it's just a general. So these, you talked about the personnel special request funding. Do those typically convert to their own departmental budget the following year, or is that just because they're being brought in new? And then, go ahead.
Well, I hope I answer your question. I shouldn't have cut you off. I apologize.
It's okay.
Madam
I think you knew where I was going.
Commissioners. So basically, this is just for information purposes, but those positions are actually in each budget. So as we go through the process and the departments give their presentations, you will hear about those new positions that are being requested, and they are already included in their budget numbers.
So even the supplementals,
Yes.
they're in their budgets? Okay.
And so when we do the deliberations next week, we'll go through all of those. And if you say no to a supplemental, that will be removed from their budget. But we felt that it's easier to have everything loaded on the front end and remove than trying to go backwards and add things in. So that's how we've chosen to do it over the last
Got
several
it.
years.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
It did.
All right, let's look at the county. Oh, and we need to take out these numbers here. Saw this number before, almost $12 million. I have never seen in my 10 years of doing budgets where we've had a surplus of $12 million starting out this process. Again, this is the county, so it's the current expense fund, all those departments within the current expense fund, indigent services, parks, weed, district court, ad valorem, and such, where their funding as submitted is at $217,479,461. Expenditure budget of $205,580,703. If we look at the funding, we start out with our property taxes from last year for these funds at $139.3 million. We have $70 million in revenue from last year. And we also have a decrease here of about $1.4 million. You heard earlier where I said that the sheriff had an increase of 2.2, but if you remember when we met on the 21st of May, we talked about revenues in the general fund, and sales tax and revenue sharing, we actually budgeted $4.5 million less. We increased liquor a little bit, but it wasn't enough, obviously, to cover. So between all our funds, we have about $1.4 million less in revenue. We talked about also taking the new construction fund, not the 3%, but the new construction fund. So we have that built in here at $5.2 million. And then we have the use of fund balance of 3.7. That fund balance is made up of 2.7 million from the general fund. So we have contingencies in the general fund that we use fund balance for, 1.5 million. We have 784,000 set aside for the risk premium increase, and 357,000 from the two big grants that we allow to be budgeted. So for SIG tax at juvenile and the indigent defense grant, they're heavily personnel related, so we allow those to be budgeted. We also have 650,000 in there for parks, and we have 400,000 in there for what we call fund balance in place of taxes. And I don't know if you'll remember from last year, and Commissioner Malloy, what we do when we first start the budget process, we look at fund balance, and we look at where all the fund balances are within the funds. We estimate where we're going to be at the end of this year. And we take a 4-year look at what that fund balance has done, and if it has continued to grow, and we expect it to grow again at the end of this year, we look at removing some of that fund balance, bleeding it down. And when we do that, we replace property taxes with that fund balance. That gives us two things. It bleeds our fund balance down, and then it maximizes our ability to use the property taxes we currently have by allocating it to other funds and departments that need it. Without having to ask for additional taxes, we just allocate it differently. We have 250,000 from district court and 150,000 from ad valorem. Looking at the expenditure budget, we have ongoing personnel of 153.9 million, 45 million, in operating and operating ongoing, totally being covered with ongoing money. And then we have 6.5 million of capital projects. These are projects within the departments, not your CIP and not your EOE.
Just real quick, I'll just note that $6.5 million I think is noteworthy because later on in the process, as I think each of you are aware, as we discuss kind of the governor's proposal, that may be important for us to look at. In addition to the CIP stuff, that $6.5 million of one-time expenses may be a place that we can leverage some of those resources. So.
I'm sorry, Kathleen. Phil, along those lines, on the governor's soon-to-be proposed program, does that exclude the special taxing districts? Do we know yet?
It does. Yes, it does, because it really has to do. This will probably be a more in-depth conversation, but it has to do with reimbursements, where those reimbursements are coming into, right? So largely that would mean EMS. So there's a significant source, but it also means that significant is dedicated to EMS because they're a separate fund. And then the other big one for us is Sheriff's Patrol. So really it's only the general fund. Those other funds like Weed and Pest will not see any, there's no reimbursement to be made to put money into those funds.
So there would be no prohibition of them taking the 3%, or would they be also prohibited from taking the 3%?
I mean, arguably not. That's an
No, I
interesting
think the
question.
the The EMS is the issue. That's why I asked the question about what happened in prior years around the 3%, because we're potentially running into a structural issue if we take the governor's proposal up. So that'll be something we have to grapple
That's a
with.
question we'll need to ask.
Yeah, there's a bunch, in terms of proposal later on, as we get more information, there's a lot to discuss. And I just want to know, we did look in specifically, what are our one-time expenses that were requested in this year's budget, that 6.5 out of the general fund, because what we would be getting is one-time money. That's one of my major concerns, is that we be thoughtful about that. So we'll just have to look at how we can leverage it in terms of maximizing it.
Great. And not a lot of time to do that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, let's finish this up. Let's add in the healthcare premium. Let's add in the 2% cost of living. Let's add in the capital investment program at 1.1 million that was submitted to you, the extraordinary operation. You can see the number going down. I don't want to hit that one. And finally, the facilities master plan. And you still have 1.6 million of available funding. Unheard of. If we look at all of the county put together, we still have 869,000, again, unheard of. If we were to budget at what our funding is, at 282,446,065, our budget would be under the 20 budget by 5.6 million. Again, I don't think I've ever seen that in my time here. You should be very pleased with the budgets that were submitted, as Phil said. This should be hopefully an easier process than last year. And with that, if there are no questions, I will turn it over to Richard to talk you through the CIP and EOE.
Great. Any questions for Kathleen?
No.
All right. Thank you, Kathleen. Really appreciate all your work on the budget this year. Richard? Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the board, it is my privilege to present to you the recommendations of the Transformation Board on the fiscal year 21 capital investment program. And I just want to start by thanking you for your continued support of the CIP. We know that you as a board are faced with difficult decisions when it comes to how to allocate the limited amount of taxpayer funding that is available, and hope that the CIP process and the recommendations of the Transformation Board can enable you to make more informed decisions when it comes to capital investments. I personally had the opportunity to watch this program develop and evolve over the last 5 years, and I feel some pride for what the county's been able to accomplish. At the very first Transformation Board meeting, which I had the privilege of attending, I wasn't sure quite what to expect. We had a good collection of folks in the room, and I have to say I've just been, inspired to see how the Transformation Boards come together, and they work each year to not only take a vast collection of various projects, and prioritize those, but how they continue to convey suggestions and ideas on how to make the program better as it moves forward.
Richard, I'm not sure, I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you have the names of the folks who are on the Transformation Board?
That's exactly what I was going to read next.
Excellent, so for the public, yeah, okay.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to specifically recognize the folks who've given of their time. For the Transformation Board, we have members are Bob McQuaid, Ada County Treasurer, Don Burns, Juvenile Court Services Director, Elizabeth Mon, Ada County Treasurer, Jan Bennett, Ada County Prosecutor, Jess Asla, Operations and Resources Director, Phil McGrain, Ada County Clerk, Sandra Barrios, Trial Court Administrator, Scott Johnson, Chief Deputy Sheriff, and Stephen O'Mara, Chief Information Officer.
Thank you.
And also, I guess I have to give a shout out to Kelly Woodworth in our office, one of our project managers. She's kind of single-handedly kept the process going, and appreciate all the work that she's done as well. So, Madam Chair and members of the board, I anticipate that my overview this morning is probably going to be somewhat brief. I know just enough about these projects to be somewhat dangerous, but we'll state to begin with that the individual offices and departments will have their opportunity to address you with more specifics to their needs and the details of these projects. But I'll just take a quick look at both the general fund and non-general fund requests that we received and that were considered by the Transformation Board, and then jump right to their overall recommendations for this fiscal year. So if I can, see if I can get my PowerPoint going here. Sorry, I'm running 2 computers.
And Madam Chair, I just wanted to ask,
Sure.
is this the same one that you have sent to us, forwarded to us from before?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Malloy, yes, the Transformation Board did send their recommendations directly to you before, yes. Yep. Yeah, so before I guess we look at individual projects, as was noted in Kathleen's presentation, there are 2 categories that the Transformation Board looked at. We have CIP projects and we have EOE projects. They're extraordinary operational expenses. And I'd like to just point out the differences for folks. The CIP projects are the more traditional
Getting into presentations, can the public, if they're following along, can they see the screen?
Yeah, the thing that they see mostly is the screen. So there's a view of, like, say, Richard, but the screen is the most prominent thing so that the public can follow along.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we'll start out with the for a total of just over $2.3 million. And after the Transformation Board considered those, they came up with this specific priority order just for CIP projects. This doesn't represent their final recommendation, which we'll get to at the end, but this is their initial priority order of all 7 CIP projects. And Madam Chair, members of the board, I can go through these individually. I have kind of like a 1-slide, 1-sentence description of these, or we can leave this as
What's the pleasure of the board?
I've read through this pretty thoroughly before, so whatever the public, you think we need to do for the public.
I think it probably would be more helpful to have these be discussed when the individual departments and offices present. It'll have more context at that time.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. So I will skip ahead. So yeah, this is the order of general fund projects for the CIP. We did receive 2 non-general fund requests. Let's see if I can find those here. So we see we had 2. One proposal suggested using emergency communication funds for a new radio site, and also a second proposal for using dedicated drug court funding for a remodel of the Drug and Problem Solving Court Treatment Center. And that's all that we received for CIP projects. And jumping forward to the other category, the EOE projects, Development Services received 11 EOE projects requesting general funds for a total of just over $5.7 million. And again, after the Transformation Board considered those projects, they came up with a priority order as shown in this particular table. If there's no questions, I'll jump to the non-general fund EOE project.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
We received 4 non general fund EOE projects. They were all from the Ada County Sheriff's Office, all proposing the use of emergency communications funding for the 4 projects that are identified.
Richard, do you have any idea what the total balance is in the Emergency Communication Fund?
Madam Chair, I do not know what the total balance is.
I'm sure they will when they present.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the board, this takes us to
And as a coming on new that I really appreciated because it was one of the first meetings I sat in, the first week I was here, the Transformation Board's process of allowing everyone to determine, how important this was. And it just really helped me get a good feel for why this lines up as it does when you guys are all done. So it just was an excellent process.
Thank you. So I'm just going to mention one of my ongoing concerns, and you and I have had this conversation probably numerous times, is that we have a wonderful, robust master's facility plan that calls out for major facility projects over the course of the next probably decade, 10 to 12 years, I would imagine, totaling close to $300 million. Yet the Board of Ada County Commissioners has not yet married a financial plan along with that master's facility plan, a long-term financial plan. And one of the things that worries me is that the admin campus, the new admin campus, which is sorely needed, was not included this year. And so I'm wondering if there's a way to be able to possibly have maybe Jess Alsa present at least what that potential campus would look like, so this board has an idea. Maybe, Phil, that's in the agenda somewhere else, but normally it would be here.
Madam Chair, yeah, this is just the CIP, and so the Transformation Board does not oversee the Master's Facility Plan. The Transformation Board set into motion the existence of the Master's Facility Plan. We do, as we've addressed, when we get into deliberations, we have a placeholder for an amount so that we can have a discussion as part of deliberations on how much money to put towards the Master Facility Plan. As Kathleen addressed earlier this morning, right now we've kind of allocated $4.3 million. That $4.3 million is based on the funding that we had taken for projects related to the Master Facility Plan last year. We know that right now that $4.3 million placeholder is larger than what is needed for a debt service for the existing projects. Unfortunately, those projects that we funded last year are not as far along as they ought to have been at this point in time. The goal last year with the design of the corner facility and the jail facility was to have that design work done so that we could have a budgetable number for a potential debt service this year, but they're not far enough along, so we still are working with estimates. That would free up some of that funding, as well as we will have the discussion of, do we want to add, or is that amount right in the budget process, discussing that. And that's where things like the admin building or others can come into play. Admin building is going to fall into the same process. The master facility plan suggests what the overall project ought to be, but really what we need to look at is the phases. So similarly, design or purchase or something, and then how would we fund that long term? Because something like an admin building will not be funded in 1 year. We just don't have the resources
Correct. I guess
for
my
it.
question was, if it's not in the Transformation Board discussion, the admin building and then the overall master's facility plan, is that going to be a separate group that looks at that? Or is it still intended to be part of the Transformation Board? I guess because it wasn't in there this year as even a discussion point. Or maybe it was and I missed it.
Yeah. No, it's never been part of the Transformation Board. Transformation Board put it into motion, but it's never been associated with the Transformation Board because really it's saying those are projects large enough. So Transformation Board are projects that are one-year projects, like Richard mentioned, where they know they have a certain amount of money and they're recommending, as you see here, how to best use that money for 1 year. Master's Facility Plan are all multi-year projects. None of them can be individually accomplished. So really the only group that discusses those are you as commissioners. They're big enough that you are the only decision makers involved in how to prioritize those. So we plan on, we don't have a presentation scheduled for the Master's Facility Plan, but we do have time allotted that we plan to discuss it during deliberations.
Okay, I think that Jess may have something, he may not have it in time, but would you mind getting with Jess to see if he could possibly give us, I think he was preparing to give us some sort of a brief overview of what that looks like, and we may be able to fit it into the presentations, so we're not just looking at it in the deliberation process, which would be great if we can squeeze it in, I don't know.
Certainly, so I spoke to Jess on Friday about a lot of this, so I've had conversations with him, but I think, he has his time allotted in terms of operations, and that might be a perfect time for him to seamlessly bring it in. That will cause no issues whatsoever. And no matter what, we can take up information as we're working on the deliberation portion of this.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks. Anything else for Richard?
Nope.
All right, thank you, Richard.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate your time, appreciate your team, too.
Yeah.
Ready to move on?
Ready?
Right. So how we will go about the next budget presentations is I will give a quick overview, little introduction of the department and office, and then I'll go over their overview that you have in your books, and then I will turn it over to the department to do their presentation.
Thank you.
The treasurer is one of 7 constitutionally elected offices within Ada County. Elizabeth Mon is the elected treasurer, whose office is responsible for receiving and accounting for all monies belonging to Ada County. The treasurer invests idle county funds with the objectives of safety, liquidity, and yield. The treasurer serves as ex officio tax collector, responsible for billing and collecting property taxes on behalf of all the taxing districts within Ada County. The treasurer also serves as ex officio public administrator by handling the estates of cedents who die without a will or a person to administer their estates. The treasurer's office is a department within the current expense fund, part of the 3% cap. So their 21 budget submission was, you look at their appropriation for FY21, which is based on the 20 budget, of personnel of $1.2 million, operating in a capital of $438,000, reduced by $9,000 for those allocation adjustments we talked about earlier, and increased for the additional revenue that's being generated for a total appropriation of $1,654,703. The budget being requested this year for FY21 has personnel costs of $1,128,278, and operating in capital of $480,700 for a total budget submission of $1,608,978, which is $45,725 under the appropriation. So there are no supplementals to discuss here. Okay. And as you can see, there's some budget to actual history for you to look at, and then a comparison of the number of employees. I'd like to introduce Beth Mon to give the presentation for the treasurer's office.
Thank you. Good morning, Beth.
Morning.
How are you?
What a perfect person to start this off with.
Money.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for having me this morning. I appreciate the opportunity to present the treasurer's budget to you.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Fine.
Welcome, Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you.
It is truly my honor and privilege to represent the treasurer's office. I want to start by thanking Clerk McGrain, Kathleen, and all of the clerk staff. There's so much work that goes into these budgets. A lot of it was during the stay-at-home order, but they were always available to guide us through the process. The treasurer's office is committed to budgeting in a fiscally responsible manner. To revisit a point from earlier this morning, as you're aware, the countywide budget for FY21, there's a surplus as initially submitted. I applaud the leadership of Ada County and all of the efforts throughout Ada County, the offices and departments, in submitting this budget. In our office, we carefully analyzed our needs in serving the community, and as a result, in submitting our budget, we came up with an amount that is less than 1% of the countywide budget. And as a term that you're familiar with possibly from last year or new to Commissioner Malloy, it's budget dust. When we're talking about 0.59 of 1%, truly a budget
It's
dust.
important budget dust, though.
Absolutely. It all adds up.
This is how I start my glossary of terms that get used during budget. Yeah.
Truly, it adds up. And the treasurer's office, we were proud that our submitted budget is less than our appropriation by an additional $45,000. Thank you for providing us a template this year so that we may best answer your questions. You asked, what were taxes used for at the office level? And what efforts were made to save money? Over the next 20 minutes, I will answer these questions and share with you some of the accomplishments of the treasurer's office and our goals to further enhance services while saving money. You will see that the treasurer's office budget for FY21 is fiscally responsible and also enables us to fulfill our mission, vision, and values for the benefit of our community.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner
can I
Moore.
just take a point of personal privilege? Can somebody tilt the blinds up in that second window? Because I'm getting a lot of glare, and I feel like I want to be able to look at you, and yet I'm getting blinded. Thank you.
Sure. It's the details that matter.
There we go. Now I can see your face. You're not just a gleam.
That's other duties as assigned, Ted.
So in the treasurer's office, we fulfill three roles. So we're the treasurer, tax collector, and public administrator. In each of these roles, our mission is the same, and that is to serve. We are here to serve the citizens of Ada County and to perform our duties impartially, fairly, unbiased, and efficiently. Our core values are integrity, trustworthiness, responsibility, fairness, and respect. You see here are 2 staff members we added during this current fiscal year. They share these core values with us and have taken the oath to faithfully discharge their duties. I will go through our accomplishments, goals, and metrics for success, but to lay the context for that, I want to mention our vision, and that is to embrace innovative solutions that promote accountability, fiscal responsibility, and transparency. And you'll see elements of this vision throughout our presentation. Again, you asked, what were taxpayer dollars used for? Well, 73% of our budget for FY20 was personnel. So the short answer to your question is taxpayers have a staff accountable for public funds. The more detailed answer is that our office provides banking services and investment services for Ada County. Here's a sample of the departments that we serve in conducting financial transactions. We deposit daily. We balance daily. During the stay-at-home order, there was no interruption of county financial services through our office. We could be counted on to ensure funds were safe and that funds were at the right place at the right time. This year, we also took efforts to enhance some of our internal efficiencies in how we process and conduct business. This included some automation to the notifications that we send to our departments. We also enhanced our training with a focus on cash handling. You can see here we partnered with the Secret Service in hosting a class open to county employees on identifying counterfeit funds. Additional training efforts included our staff earning 3 national certifications this year for individuals who manage public funds. 2 staff members earned their CGIP. That's a Certified Government Investment Professional designation. This is a series of 20 courses over 2 years, courses ranging from bond market math to economics to ethics, followed by a final exam. Our staff members passed their exam, but unfortunately, due to the virus, were unable to attend in person to receive their designation. Last year, I earned the CGIP, and this year, I earned the CPFIM, Certified Public Funds Investment Manager. In this course, we also analyzed investment instruments and how to maintain safety and liquidity in a portfolio. I would just note that these are certifications recognized by our peers in government who manage public funds, and they demonstrate our commitment to our responsibility to adhere to industry guidance and continuously implement best practices in safeguarding public funds. In managing our investment portfolio, our number one priority is safety. I'm going to go through some of these goals, but again, the key goals are safety. That's our foremost objective. And I'll go through how we are ensuring safety and measuring that by mitigating risk. Liquidity, we are here to meet the county's operating needs or capital needs as they come due. And then also yield. Performance, we want to attain a market rate of return throughout budget and economic cycles. Turning to safety, one measure of our success for our goal of safety is to take a look at the long-term credit rating of a bond. Here you see the 3 major credit rating agencies, and what they provide is an independent assessment of the creditworthiness of the securities in our portfolio. Our goal for our long-term bonds is to have a rating of A or higher. We are exceeding that goal. The average credit rating of the long-term bonds in our portfolio is AA+. So that's one way that we are ensuring that there is safety in our investments, is having high credit-worthy, high-grade investments. We also seek, as part of our goals, to maintain high liquidity. That is, again, meeting the capital needs or financial needs as they come due. You can see in the pie chart here, we have the blue and also the orange. These are highly liquid assets. So 50 to 60% of our portfolio, depending on the time of year, is highly liquid. The reason that is important, again, is to meet our obligations, but we also don't want to be forced to sell prematurely and risk a potential loss. While safety and liquidity are our top goals, we also want to maintain a market rate of return. One measurement of that is comparing a portfolio against a benchmark. As you can see here, where the county is the dotted line, here we have been exceeding the benchmark. As you can see towards the end, that spread narrows because, as you're well aware, interest rates continued to fall over this last year. As you're aware, we are in unprecedented times with the pandemic, and interest rates are incredibly low. To protect against interest rate risk in our current environment, one thing that we've done this last year was purchase more callable bonds. So that means bonds that cannot be called by the issuer and instead are held until the terms of the bond or the maturity date. And as you can see here, is we have staggered the maturities over a time horizon. And what that does is that prevents us from being locked in at a single interest rate. And then it also helps us predicting our cash flows. It's through these efforts of mitigating risk, through our interest rate risk, our credit rate risk, and meeting the county's cash flow needs, that we will strive to meet our goals. Turning to our role as the tax collector. There are undoubtedly concerns over property taxes and the increasing burden on our residential homeowners. And I am hopeful that the state of Idaho will soon provide some type of relief. But the county treasurer's role in this process is to bill and collect on behalf of the local government entities, the taxing districts as shown here in the pie chart. This includes Ada County, but also the 6 cities that we collect for, school districts, fire districts, cemetery districts, and more. The Treasurer's Office has no discretion in determining tax amounts, due dates, interest rates, and late charge. We follow our mission, and again, that is to be impartial and to be efficient. We have taken efforts to make it easier for taxpayers to understand their bill and their payment options. For tax year 2019, we revised the tax bill and included important information to help taxpayers. We included the bottom portion of this bill, important messages regarding late charge and interest. Also, based on feedback from taxpayers, we added payment options. So when they have their bill in hand and they're ready to pay, they know exactly the number to call, the location to drive to, or the website. Our staff goes above and beyond to serve taxpayers. During the courthouse closure due to COVID, we made arrangements to serve taxpayers at the mobile trailer, the public administration building, even at their car. We implemented an online chat feature as one more method for taxpayers to communicate with us. One taxpayer writes, "Wow, I was so surprised by this service after expecting to find no response because of the offices being closed due to coronavirus emergency. Thank you for being a helpful, competent worker to service me using this chat format. Bless you all, and thanks, and good day." Our goal in collections is to maintain our 99% collection rate on behalf of the districts. For years, we've consistently been over 99%. We also are currently under development efforts to redesign our payment portal. We want to revise our tax notices and earn a 4.7 rating on our chat feedback. However, we recognize there are economic factors beyond our control that could affect collections. Property taxes have increased. Unemployment claims have skyrocketed. There may be situations when taxpayers simply cannot pay. And here's where we remain true to our core values of integrity and respect. One measure of our success is feedback from the citizens we serve. A taxpayer recently responded to our staff, "Wow, you work for the government? Your response is so quick, so succinct, so helpful. I am not used to such exemplary service from the government workers where I come from." And it continues. It's comments like these, coupled with our 99% collection rate as a tax collector, where we know we are being successful. Turning to our role as public administrator. Again, when an individual dies in Ada County without a will or known heir, our office, through a court appointment, administers those estates. This is important work for our community and these estates. We gather assets and secure them. So the value is that we are protecting these assets from waste, from theft, from potential loss. We then help liquidate these assets to pay creditors. Oftentimes, these creditors are healthcare providers in our community who rendered services. These creditors could also be landlords. They could be public utility providers. So we are helping make those creditors whole throughout this process. I am proud of our staff this year for managing an increasing caseload. Over the last 5 years, the average number of cases referred to our office was 15.8. We have already, in FY20 year-to-date, exceeded that, having already received 18 referrals. At the rate that we are going just for FY20, we are seeing a 50% increase and expect to have 27 referrals by the end of this year. Our goal for FY21 is to position ourselves to manage this increased caseload. We are currently in development efforts with IT for a case management tool. It'll be a consolidated tool that will allow us to better manage our pleadings, the inventory of these assets, the time we spend on these cases, and then have metrics to measure how efficiently we are managing these cases. We also have a goal within our Public Administration Division to reduce costs. In storing these assets for the decedents, we identified that we had excess storage capacity. We were also aware that departments throughout Ada County had some unmet storage needs. Together, in a collaborative fashion, we identified an arrangement where we could save money, but also by sharing the cost and sharing the space. And as I will point out in a minute, this resulted in significant savings for our Public Administration Division, but it also optimizes the way we use real estate within Ada County. Turning to our budget. Again, Treasurer's budget is less than 1%, and our budget submission is $45,000 less than our appropriation. I will now go through the individual savings and increases throughout the budget categories. First is personnel. Here's where we had our greatest savings of $82,000. Through internal promotions, we had some vacancies this year. And through that vacancy process, and also due to our stay-at-home order, we had more cross-training, focus on cross-training and developing the skills of our current staff. And we identified that we could continue to maintain high levels of service with our existing staff and not filling a position. So by eliminating a vacant position and being more efficient with our current staff, we have not filled this position, resulting in this savings. I'd also note that we job shared with another office this year. With our tax collections, it's very cyclical in June and December. So by having a staff member, another county employee join us during those peak tax collections, we were able to meet our increased temporary demand while reducing our overtime expense. On revenue, we did budget for an increase. Now, the revenue in the Treasurer's office is primarily a recovery of costs related to tax collections. And that includes tax collections for the tax deed process. And because the tax deed hearing was postponed, there's essentially a delay in the receipt of this revenue. So this isn't really new revenue, it's more of a timing issue being postponed to FY21. Turning to our operating and capital changes, here I've listed the changes that are a savings or an increase of more than $5,000. Our greatest increase for the Public Administration Division, again, is professional services. With our growing caseload, we need professional services to help us with things like changing locks, towing vehicles, rodent infestation. That's the type of expense that this is going towards in this budget item. The Treasurer, we increased our temporary services, again, tied to our peak tax collections. Our tax deed service expense is projected to increase along with our printing of bills and tax notices. We're simply billing for an increased parcel count. There's more parcels to bill. There's also been direction from the legislature in some cases to include inserts, and that all adds up. And then also computer software. Some of our savings, our greatest saving, again, is from Public Administration Division and the office space there. We also had savings in our Treasurer Division for professional services and conferences. Already we're seeing that conferences are either being canceled or rescheduled to a virtual format, so we anticipated a decrease, a savings in that area.
Beth, I believe Commissioner Laciando had a question.
Thank you. So recognizing that this opportunity or change may be moving somewhat fast, my understanding is that, you know, we either may be looking at including something on the tax bill as it relates to the governor's potential plan around a credit. There also is a similar but separate idea to do a rebate, which I think would be a considerable amount of work and probably an additional cost burden. So I guess I don't know that that's reflected in this budget because it has happened some, really over the last week. So I just don't know if you have any round numbers or sort of thinking about where you might feather that in, if and when that does occur.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lachiondo, that expense is not factored into this budget. When I referred to additional insert, that was based on House Bill, I believe it was 518. There was an additional bill that passed this legislative session requiring tax collectors to either put on the face of their bill, their website, or on an insert information related to levies.
Right.
And expiration dates of bonds. So we would need to find funds for that. I'm trying to think of the amount of the insert, $4,000 or $5,000 I anticipate.
So I think it's just an opportunity for us to make sure you maybe put a placeholder in there, knowing that we'll know more potentially in the next couple of weeks.
Madam Chair, I should add, those administrative costs, like Kathleen addressed last week, will be reimbursable
Right.
as part of it. So we'll be able to build that in if we go down that road.
Okay.
Thank you.
There are other expenses within our budget, and those expenses are in there to allow us just to maintain our current service level. It's accounting software. It's maintenance of our check scanner so that we can do remote deposit, and a lot of other expenses that need to be maintained annually. Otherwise, it would be more expensive in the long run to repair them. Again, for our budget, there are no supplemental requests for this upcoming fiscal year, no EOEs, no capital improvement expenses. I will note, here we are participating in the Ada County Appreciation Event. Thank you for all that you do for us. We are Team Let's Get Fiscal, and we were proud to earn third place in this year's clerk events at the Appreciation Event. In conclusion, the Treasurer's Office, our budget submitted for FY21 is fiscally responsible. Again, less than 1% and includes additional savings. We recognize there are many factors for you to weigh when analyzing these budgets. Competing priorities, limited funds, growth, simply hard choices. And thank you for doing that. The approval of the Treasurer's Office budget is an easy choice. This is a budget that enables Ada County and the Treasurer's Office to continue to account for public funds while ensuring safety and delivering services more efficiently. On behalf of all of us in the Treasurer's Office, we thank you. Thank you for your service, and thank you for taking the time to learn about the Treasurer's Office and how we serve our community. And with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you. Beth, any questions? I have a question. Do you have one?
I do as well, Madam Chair.
go
Beth,
ahead.
you mentioned a lot of what the Treasurer's Office does is working with people that have not done a will or any kind of estate or anything. Is there any program that the Treasurer's Office has, a referral basis or anything for folks looking for those services?
Oh, Madam Chair, Commissioner Millett, that is a great question.
Good idea.
So our referrals come predominantly from the coroner's office.
Okay.
Occasionally, we'll get a referral from indigent services, but we could work with them.
I mean, I know you trigger after the fact.
Right.
Obviously, by the time they reach the coroner's office, you cannot set up an estate. But I'm just
Right.
curious if you know of any department in the county that's refers out at least or has information listed where somebody can set that kind of thing up.
I'm not aware of that, but
Okay.
it is a great idea and worth exploring, potentially setting up a will in advance so that their wishes are known. Yeah.
Lots of opportunities to do that.
A note
yeah.
on the inserts for the tax, for the assessments to say, do the right thing, you want to keep your taxes lower, keep the county from having to manage this and take care of it yourself.
It's a subject a lot of folks don't want to address.
Yes,
So I have a question for you, Beth. So thank you, first of all, so much for you and your staff and the work that you do. And you guys are very lean. And I look at the number of employees over the years, and it's barely increased. And you have probably the smallest department, but also I would imagine one of the most diverse, which I appreciate as well. I'm looking at the fact that you manage hundreds of millions of dollars. And you've been in the office a year and a half, and you've done a remarkable job, I think, taking a look at, you mentioned security, how do we best keep those funds safe and secure, invested properly, having the yield. But I'm really interested in you telling the public you have an investment manager in addition this year. And so tell us a little bit about that, and then also your experience. I know 50 to 56, 58% of our funds are at any given time are invested with LGIP on the state level. And what measures do you look at in terms of that security value that you have to ensure that the investments are safe, secure, and still getting some acceptable yield?
Yes.
That's a
ma'am.
long, convoluted question.
Okay, so to address the first part, which I understand is the investment advisor and their role and how they're helping us, and then the second part would be our funds that we keep in LGIP.
Correct.
So I'll start with the investment advisor. We have retained a new firm this last year. Ada County has always had an advisor that provides additional oversight. It's an independent look at how we are performing. So our advisor, they meet with us quarterly, contractually quarterly, we meet with them all the time. And they help us figure out the best way to structure our portfolio. And some of the things that we've learned working with our manager is how we want to structure it between an investment pool and a liquidity pool. So again, we need those liquidity needs to meet our ongoing demands. But we don't want excess liquidity. You don't want to leave money on the table. So that's why we're coming up with an investment pool. We can invest more longer term. Typically, with the longer term investments, you'd be a higher yield. But of course, we've had an inverted yield curve over the last recent months, and so that it's not always working that way. But that's what the advisor is doing, is helping us identify how much should be liquid and how much should be longer term, hypothetically for longer yields. Our advisor is also helping us look at additional diversification. Are there additional asset class that are allowable under the Idaho Code where we might earn an additional yield? So again, it's not our top priority, but within the allowable statutes, is there a little bit more that we can do? And our advisor has helped us through that. In terms of the 50 to 60% liquidity, again, half of our portfolio is at the state. That is the local government investment pool. So that's a pooling of a variety of investments. One of the benefits of LGIP, we've discovered through our research over this last year, is that, of course, it's highly liquid. We can get to these funds same day or next day. It's also, within the state, we can gain exposure to higher yielding investments. Presently, the state can invest in corporate bonds, whereas a county treasurer cannot. So by keeping our funds in that pool, we can tap into that a little bit higher yield. And in terms of how we are staying in tune with their performance, we attend the Treasurer's Advisory Board meetings every single month. Quarter. At every meeting, there's representation from our staff to ask questions of the treasurer and her staff. That help
I believe
answer?
that's new. I believe the state set up a financial advisory committee this past year. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I'm not sure how recent it was.
Fairly new, yeah. Thank you, and I appreciate the visit that you and I went over to visit with Treasurer Ellsworth, and they were wonderful and showed us their methodologies and talked through our portfolio with them, and I think that's a wonderful relationship that you begin to build. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you. Appreciate that,
I
Beth.
was gonna say, I didn't see as an accomplishment on here, but I want to give it a shout out, the partnership that you two initiated with Treasurer Ellsworth to get money back into the hands of Ada County citizens who had uncollected dollars. So thank you to both of you
We
for
need to
making that
probably
happen.
promote that again.
Yeah.
Once a year, Christmas money. Thank you, Beth.
Thank you.
Kathleen, do we want to take a break now? Is that good? Okay, let's take I guess we're scheduled for a 15-minute break. Let's take a 10-minute break so we can kind of try to get back on track. Public budget presentations. Please be seated. Thank you. And just a reminder, we are streaming live, and to silence or turn off your cell phones. And we'll have Kathleen go ahead and present. I believe IT is up next. Kathleen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Information technology, headed by Director Stephen O'Mara, provides 24/7 technologically support to Ada County's 1,875 employees. The director's vision is to continue to be a trusted partner in technology for all of Ada County. Ada County IT empowers both offices and departments in delivering superior services to the community through collaborative and comprehensive technology-driven solutions. The Ada County IT Department creates success in its role by delivering services through 6 distinct divisions: maintenance of 2,600 computers, 1,100 printers, 2,150 desktop phones, over 300 tablets, and all county-owned mobile phones is handled daily by Ada County IT's Customer Service Division. The Projects Management Division is the liaison between Ada County IT and all county offices and departments for the purpose of acquisition and implementation of new technology. The management and maintenance of network access to all 32 county buildings, 4 data centers, 350-plus servers running all applications, and cybersecurity is handled entirely by Ada County IT's Enterprise Services Division. The Development Division creates and maintains all enterprise business applications, as well as all third-party integrations for on-premise, cloud, and web platforms. Ada County IT's GIS division continues to expand in response to increased demand for geospatial applications and data. Whoa. I am so sorry. IT needs to help me figure out how to do
Yeah,
that.
thank goodness we have somebody really good right behind you.
I apologize for that. Lastly, the Business Operations Division oversees the procurement of all, I am so sorry, of all county technology hardware, software, and maintenance, in addition to managing software licenses for compliance with all vendors countywide. Obviously, I need some of that technology help. So after this, Steve, I need help. Or maybe before, I don't know. Information technology is a department within the current expense fund. Their appropriation for FY21 is from the FY20 budget of personnel of $7.7 million, operating and capital of $6.2 million, adjusted for for the allocation of $1.1 million, for a total appropriation FY21 of $12,813,291. The 21 budget that's submitted before you, personnel costs of $7,814,326, and operating and capital costs of $6,696,407, for a total FY21 budget submission of $14,510,733, which is $1,697,442 over the appropriation. So we have supplementals that make that up. There are supplementals on the personnel side for overtime and other of $5,000 and $20,000 respectively, and 5 reclasses and 1 special salary adjustment for $32,365. There are 6 supplementals on the operating side, $132,000 of one-time funding for the HRIS, or Human Resources Information System, $125,120 of that being ongoing for Windows 10 and Office 65 deployment project, $373,640 of ongoing funds for necessary software and maintenance renewals, $165,300 ongoing for increased expenses due to growth within Ada County, $280,162.5 of that being one time for new purchases, and $565,000 one-time for IT operational expand and replace. You can see the history of the budget, actual in the budget, and the number of employees. At this point, I'd like to introduce Stephen O'Mara to introduce the IT budget. Maybe help me out by getting that thing to shut off.
Good morning. First things first here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You look awfully nice.
Thank you.
Looks good dressed up for their budget presentations.
Thank you.
Yes, every now and then, Chair. Okay. Good morning, Chair Kenyon and Commissioners Laciano and Malloy. Thank you for your time today and for all of the work facing you with this budget. It's not a position that I am envious of in any way. If I can help at all during this effort, please let me know. Before I jump into the presentation, I would be in very poor form if I did not thank a few people with whom I get to work. First off, in relation to the creation of this budget, I applaud our Development Services Department for the efforts regarding our Transformation Board, the review of capital improvement planning, and extraordinary operating expense initiatives. This is a critical piece to the budget process here in Ada County, and a great opportunity for a cross-section of leaders within the county to sit down and discuss the major needs and planning our offices and departments require. The reality is we should meet and talk like this more often. Of course, all we need is the luxury of time to do that, right? Next would be our budget efforts from the Clerk Auditor Recorder's Office. Without Auditor Graves' personal efforts and that of her team, I'm not sure how we'd get any of this done. They help the IT department all year long, of course, but especially so during this time. They give us the help with patience and levity, and my staff and I appreciate that very much. Thank you to all of them and Clerk McGrain. Special thanks to Prosecutor Bennett for her partnership and guidance, especially when it comes from her civil PA staff led by Chief McCarthy. PA Bennett and Chief McCarthy have a legion of sharp civil attorneys and staff who do an immense amount of work for IT. I do not know the total number of contracts or advice letters these folks write for us, but it is a lot. I cannot tell you how much effort it gives, or how much comfort it gives me to know that I can rely on their efforts when it comes to our contracts. We get to worry about the technology pieces, knowing the legalese is well vetted. That is something that I'm just not good at. New for this year is Chief Operating Officer position, held by the infamous Steve Rutherford. I will admit that when this position was created, I was not sure how information would flow from the BOCC, but I was very happy to find that the man I grew fond of as a civil prosecutor was stepping in. And to know what I knew about him already, he was simply amazing, in my opinion, in that spot. And true to what I knew about him already, he has been simply incredible, helping me as a director. He's been a fantastic resource and partner since he took the job, and I found that the flow of information has actually increased for me, and that I get clarification on decisions far more rapidly. Thank you, COO Rutherford, for your hard work and dedication, but mostly thank you for your advice over this past year.
He is listening.
Figured he is.
Go, Steve.
To our partners in HR, procurement, and operations, like IT, they're the board's service provider arm. Like IT, they serve everyone in the county, and they also serve us. Thank you, Director Porter, for your HR guidance and partnership, Director Perkins for your assurance of our appropriate purchasing practices, and to Director Osla and Bruce, the kid Crisco, thank you for all you've done for IT to make us successful and for your team's unbelievable work in keeping us safe during the COVID-19 response. Lastly, I must thank my entire team. I'm blessed with an incredible group of 6 IT managers to lead, who drive their teams to do the best at what they are. Namely, Kent Herr with infrastructure and security, Lynn Gardner with desk side support, Ryan Paternoster over our PMO, Sally Myers in software development, Todd Buchanan with GIS development and UAS, and Bernine Ziegelmeyer overseeing license and business process. Without her, our budget would not get done. I'm equally blessed to get to work with and lead 2 managers from the Sheriff's Office and count them as part of my management team for the greater good of technology use in Ada County. Thank you, Sheriff Bartlett, for partnership in the vision that I have there. Matt Drinan over ACSO Business Systems, and Stephanie Johnson, 911 Technical Operations. They're very brilliant, smart individuals, and it's my pleasure to work with them. And of course, there's my right hand, Deputy Director Tony Serio, without whom I would be crushed under a pile of work and worry. IT, countywide, has matured quite greatly over the last several years. Yes, costs have grown as well, as we've seen. But what we have turned into is a smart, maneuverable, and prepared to critical
Sorry. Now it's my turn.
Whoever was talking sounded very nasally.
Do you feel like you're being set up?
Not yet, sir. Sorry. We've turned into a smart, maneuverable, and prepared creative unit. The staff that works for us, the folks on the front lines, and all of technology are uniquely motivated to serve Ada County. I will talk a little bit shortly about what they've accomplished since the world shut down, but their work and professionalism are nothing short of astounding. And I am wildly grateful to each and every one of them. And I'm very proud to lead this team and be a part of all that they do. I promise I do not have a load of slides. The presentation I'll walk through here shows some highlights of what we've been up to when it comes to our regular responsibilities, what we've accomplished during the shutdown. I will even pull out my crystal ball, something I don't normally do, and tell you what I think the future may be like for government in general here in Ada County. Then, of course, cover what additional needs are being presented by my department. And with that, I'll start. Start with a short definition of what is IT. This is our vision statement. That we want to be the trusted partner for Ada County, empowering clients to deliver superior services to the community through collaborative and comprehensive technology-driven solutions. We shorten that into a simple acronym: Trust, Empower, Collaborate. Our major, most important job is putting people back to work. How do we do this? Well, over this past 12 months, we go June to June, we look at the study. We've had 13,664 support requests, at least as of last week, completed. Over 3,000 of those were lockouts.
What percentage of those were commissioner initiated?
We didn't break that down per employee, it's about 1.5. You probably have some sort of accelerator, but,
Okay.
and admittedly, I've locked myself out too. It happens to everybody. Going from there, from those 13,000 support requests, they've kicked off about 23,000 tasks. Support requests can be anything from breakage to a new employee being added, new machines being deployed. That's how you get so many more tasks out of those requests. That's what our front desk side support folks are dealing with all day long. We also do a fair amount of development, and we innovate with our in-house development software. We have over 2,400 software requests completed. 806 requests were new development, everything from a large, full-scale new application to enhancements, pieces and parts to ones we already have. We manage technology spending for others. We have a procurement department that we work with and tend to buy all of our technology we possibly can through our group. We have an average cost about $121,000 savings in trying to do bulk purchasing. We maintain our systems and security, over 1,400 network requests for updates. That can be anything from adding a new piece of network gear, replacing them, to patching them, fixing them. And of course, that same branch, we don't need to name names of who that might be. They're responsible for our phishing training. And we've run 4 campaigns in the last 12 months. One's still going on right now, so you're forewarned. And our failure rates have ranged from 1.5%, which is exceptional, to about 16%, which is not great. Apparently, a lot of people here are worried about their Netflix subscriptions. So we did pretty poorly on that. We have to continue to train our folks, our employees on this, and it needs to be an ongoing effort. It'll never stop, at least until security stops being an issue. So,
And Madam Chair, on that, I'd just like to say I have not been caught yet. I've gotten every single one of my phishing emails correct.
well done, Commissioner Malloy. Not looking at anyone.
I cannot claim the same. Okay. I just got the look. I copped to it. All right.
Very good. Managing projects and resources well is another way that we do this. We have a relatively new project management organization. We're tracking currently 70 projects. Within the last 12 months, we've closed out 18 of those. We've had to put 8 on hold for various reasons. We have 15 standing by, waiting to start, and we're currently running 29, 3 of which we label as enterprise level. One is that HRIS, the payroll replacement system. Another was WebEx deployment, and of course the third one is our Windows 10 Office 365 deployment. I called those 3 out there because I wanted to show you how big those project teams are. The 24 members on HRIS and WebEx, those are people from across the departments. Office 365 is mostly IT, but even then we have such subject matter experts in the various offices and departments so that we can talk to them about how they use these programs. It takes an incredible amount of work to try to deliver these large projects and keep them, well, certainly HRIS and Windows 10 are very expensive, keep the costs in control and try to keep them moving forward. We've had some troubles with COVID. Office 365 took quite the slowdown. That's what happens when almost all the staff leaves town or leaves the office. You can't go and upgrade their computers when they're not here. But I have to say HRIS, which slowed down some, has actually been charging forward through video conferencing quite well. So I'm quite pleased by that. And the last bit we do from downtown IT, as we call us, innovate with spatial analysis. We GIS-based software development. 524 spatial software requests were completed. 294 were new development, or new pieces and parts. And then, of course, we're still flying UAS. We had 44 flights completed in the last 12 months. I wanted to give a short image of what this looks like when you have 13,000 support requests. Now, obviously, our largest, most busy department or office is the sheriff's office. And you can see that's quite a number of requests through them. But then again, they have the largest staff by far, and they run 24/7 and have the largest staff that runs 24/7.
Steve, is this for the year?
This is for, yes, last 12 months. Yes, ma'am. But I also wanted to show this, and hopefully you can see it on the screen, that yes, if you take the sheriffs off there, they obviously are going to have the most, just the sheer volume there. We still do an incredible number of tickets, certainly across the top 10 or so. Over 1,000 tickets with PA, clerk auditor recorders about 1,000, juvenile courts in there, about 800 is that number. We have our own tickets for any maintenance we do or things we do within the system. Those are just ours there, also about 700. TCAs followed by that under courts and public defender. We do a lot for a lot of people. And like I said, I know that the sheriff's office numbers are very high, as to be expected. We still are touching a lot of other departments and offices.
Well, I'm just shocked at the commissioner's office with such few employees
Well,
compared to like development services that obviously fixes their own issues.
sometimes arguably there are tickets to make sure that things are done really well when we're going to have something that the board's involved in. So I wouldn't take any of this as judgment on any of these departments,
Okay.
high numbers or low numbers at all. But we're happy to show that we like to work with you that much at least, so. Okay, moving right along. Talk a little bit about what happened during the shutdown for us. And I've got some notes here that are not included in the slides. Video conferencing exploded over Ada County, and I'll try to give you some graphs on what that looks like so you can visually see that representation. Working from home, of course, was definitely not the norm, and we had, a good solid 2.5 months of that being the norm for the entire county. Information releases, communications to our public and staff were at a much higher rate than normal. We had to do all this while trying to maintain some semblance of security. With the video conferencing, we had a number of things we had to do. We forklifted the entire county to video conferencing. Only a handful of folks in the county had that ability, let's say March 1st. We were slowly rolling it out, spending time with the offices and departments to talk about how this could be a great impact for whatever they did. We worked extensively with the TCA on how courts could leverage more video. As you know, they've been doing this with the jail for about a decade. We were doing business analysis and coming up with procedures and training their folks and really taking a nice measured approach. And then everything changed, and it literally became a tsunami of rolling it out there. And we were forced to really seat of the pants deploy and train folks. We moved all court proceedings to video. We did a significant amount of business analysis then when we could, and a lot of training. Our court clerks really got those people, what they went through was pretty amazing, and they were incredibly patient with us. It was impressive to watch that as we changed their business through no fault of their own, and they just went right along with us, and that was fantastic. And I thank them for that, because they could have been very unhappy, and they were very kind. We stood up a secondary court location for public video testimony, expanded network, and had to deliver software to make that happen. We tripled the video capacity out at the Ada County Jail, expanded network, and had to integrate in additional video endpoints, I should say. And then we introduced regular video hearings to Ada County Juvenile Court Services. That was some business analysis and software loading, and then, of course, training of staff. And all of these things continue to evolve now that we're hitting this, as we've hit the stride of the business. We've still been working with them, changing things, making it a little bit easier for their staff to operate. As they have learned how to use it, that's been it's been a challenge, but also inspiring to see people adopt to this. And it's very clear to me, I'm not pulling out the crystal ball just yet, it's very clear to me this business is going to continue. I don't think anybody is expecting to go back to the way things were. Working from home, that was quite a challenge because everybody left for the most part. Certainly everybody in this building left. We had to expand to as many county devices as possible to work from home and put VPN configured on all laptops that didn't have it already in devices and issue them out and show people how to use them. Then we rapidly ran out of mobile devices and laptops that the county owned and had to do something else for certain kinds of business to allow people to use their home PCs that they owned. It's very risky. It's incredibly risky to just take your VPN software and install it on someone's computer that they have at their house. The VPN allows a computer to enter your network as if it was here. Well, we would never let someone just plug into the wall with their home computer here because we want to make sure that it's patched, that it has our antivirus, that it's sending the information that we want it to so we can monitor it. That all goes away with someone else's computer. Well, we developed a way that they could effectively remote in from their home computer without putting any kind of software that's necessary on their machines and also sort of wall them off. So if they had a problem with their computer, the county stayed safe. We literally had to deploy that for the very first time. Developed and deployed for employees securely to use their personal computers to support working from home. We did this over 150 different folks across the county, touching ACSO, drug treatment, family court, Ada County Juvenile Court Services, trial court administration, clerk auto recorder's office used it, and also some folks in the prosecuting attorney's office. It's a brand new service office offering from IT. Information releases, obviously, we're not doing that sort of thing ourselves, but we were definitely pushing it out. As you see on here, we had 259 changes to the website alone. We don't do all website changes. Some offices, sheriff's office, clerk auto recorders, very good, very engaged in updating their own website. We've made that possible for them. For everyone else, we do it for them. And then, of course, the cybersecurity piece. We had to maintain that hygiene for all departments. And we had to complete all of our other work and keep projects moving forward. All those tickets from the previous slide and all those projects all had to keep going while everything else was happening at the same time. It's been an interesting, hard-charging 3 months. Speaking of that, putting information out, we were also asked to specifically develop some brand new software capabilities. Our development shop sat down and busted out a few things that were pretty impressive. We had to make some quick changes to COBRA's portal for development services. We moved the coroner's PRR system to an online form away from email. Our web environment scheduling for public appointments we've added for clerks and the clerk auto recorders and the treasurer. And you saw Treasurer Mon speak about her chat, which I don't think we've added that, but that is a fantastic function, and I'm so pleased to see the rating that she has. That's not stuff that we normally see or the feedback. I'm very happy to see how well that's working for her, and the clerks are also using the same thing, Clerk McGrain's office. For the TCA, we built a SMS notification platform. SMS is also known as texting, and it allows people to check in with folks, and then they can go sit back in their cars, and when they're ready to be brought into the courthouse, they can text them and bring them in. Put that out pretty quickly. And then, of course, all the COVID web changes and the sorted data queries requested by departments kept us really moving. But now let me give you a couple pictures, if I can, to try to illustrate at least a couple of things I said. This graph here, and I apologize for how wide it is, this isn't information typically people are after, but it was the best we could get, And the numbers aren't really necessarily important so much as the hockey stick that you see on there. That is the, where those bumps start coming up, that is what our VPN traffic looked like prior to March 15.
Wow.
And so much so, there's a purple line and a pink line that you see there. We ended up having to add a third one. That's where the blue line comes in to just handle that traffic, just from the sheer volume of folks connecting from home. And we had to handle that and maintain our systems and our internet traffic to make sure it didn't slow down. It was quite a dance, and our systems team really went through a lot monitoring the networks on that. And this next one, I apologize for, at least it's very light on this screen. Oh, it's not too bad there. This is what WebEx looks like. So this is the number of meetings per day going all the way back to March 1st, and that's what it looked like prior to that. Pretty low, 10, 15, maybe 20 per day. And then we rolled it out, and each one of those little points is a day, and you can obviously see where the weekends are. We are hitting around 200 meetings or so, a little bit less a day, and that is a consistent number. Even with things sort of normalizing, people are still utilizing this very heavily. It's quite the graph. I mean, we turned it on like this. The hardest part was pushing the software out and training people.
Training people.
Yep. Keeping them calm, you know, and I'll bring this up. I meant to mention it a little bit later. I'll bring it up now. I learned a lot about the difference between WebEx and Zoom. The state is using Zoom heavily. I coach a club soccer team, and we use Zoom because it's free. And arguably, it has a great user interface, meaning the person doing it for the first time, it's super easy and intuitive. WebEx, no, not at all. But this is what happens when you have a new competitor come to the marketplace. Zoom are the new guys, and they've taken the best of the various systems that are out there and then really streamlined it. And they didn't have to rewrite a bunch of underlying code and deal with customers who've been using them for years. They're able to come out with this great product. Also, they defaulted on easy, which is great. But as you've read about, not knowing what you're doing when you stand up these video meetings and you're trying to do important business, be it school or government, it's not defaulted to be secure or locked down. And so that's where you've heard this Zoom bombing thing. That's less, not all of that has been through some sort of failure on the company's part. It's effectively because the folks using it are not familiar with what to do to lock themselves down, and it's all defaulted to off to make it as easy as possible. WebEx, and others like that, there's Microsoft uses one called Teams, there's a couple others. Those are defaulted to be more secure. Mm-hmm. So I feel for folks wondering why WebEx is so difficult and why do we have it. The reality is we've had it all along, and it's integrated into a significant portion of our network. Moving away from it would be incredibly cost prohibitive because we'd have to effectively change out all of our video conferencing that we do have. So just wanted to throw that out there. But admittedly, Zoom works very
It'll take
easily.
slightly clunky over, because it's secure, over
Well, and it's,
much more intuitive.
you know, everybody, you know, Zoom has turned into like Kleenex, right, or Xerox, right? You now have a Zoom meeting. It's almost become this informal verb thing. It's on WebEx and Teams and GoToMeeting and other companies like that out there to catch up to those people, because certainly Zoom is working hard to close all their gaps. And so you have to respond, and just because WebEx is owned by Cisco, which is a monstrous name, they do have to make things easier and change that perception. Security is great, but it only lasts so long.
So, Madam Chair, and Steve, I'm going to look at Heather when I ask this question, and then we're going to decide whether she answers it or not, or whether you answer it or not. So, from what I hear you say, it sounds like we're fortunate because we have been WebExing in a time or two during some of our executive sessions, and that our security level is much higher with that product than it would have been with Zoom.
It's certainly something we can guarantee. Maybe I should let the lawyer not say anything. Okay, very good.
No, I'm going to eat.
Got a thumbs up from council. Yes, we at least know we didn't have to do any additional work to make sure is it locked down, because it is. You know, we use this for mental health court. We've been using it now for a while for child protection hearings. Even though it doesn't feel like WebEx, people have been using it, not realizing it's WebEx, just the way our video conferencing system functions. They've been using it for a long time. What's new is what goes on the computer. That's what's different for, that's what's been different for folks. This is, again, this is as tight as I could make this. Not great statistics to put up in a presentation, but this is sort of the last plug for what video conferencing has done. And take the product name off. Since January 1st, and I decided to go all the way back, we've had 7,691 video meetings, 289,000 minutes spent on those video meetings. And these are ones hosted by Ada County, so not all the other ones that maybe you've been pulled into for other entities. We had 470 unique meeting hosts, meaning 470 people have actually scheduled video meetings. And we've had 41,124 people meet. Those aren't different. I mean, I'm in probably about 10,000 of those. 10,000 of those is probably me. But that is just, that is an unbelievable number. And I went back before the COVID because I just wanted to get what I could at least for the year. That is an unprecedented amount of meeting just all of a sudden.
So do you have the total video meetings from last year to this year?
I can pull that. It'll be very, very small, not on me. I'm not even sure that very long graph thing that's out of the administrative console for WebEx. I'm not even sure how far back that goes, because even though we had WebEx, we hadn't licensed it for the county before maybe December, I think is when that was finished. We may not even have statistics going back beyond there very far, because we used it so small. What we did to bring WebEx in was part of a renegotiation of a contract with Cisco, which is actually appearing in it doesn't fit within the flat budget, so we'll talk about that number real quick and how that worked. But prior to that, I don't think we even have stats going back that far. So it's that new. Okay, well, we're gonna do the thing I don't like to do, which is try to tell a little future stuff here. Kind of very quick, it's only 3 slides, show of where we were, where we are, and where I think we're going in response, what's going to happen, whether COVID's gone or not, where I think we're headed as far as not so much from a technology point, but from a leadership and county government standpoint. In the past, we had conference calling. All meetings were done in person. They were not done by phone, or they were done by phone. Office in-person conferences or office visits were the norm. And our work was completed on desktops. We did not have, I forget what the exact number is, but it's not even a 2-to-1 laptops to desktops. We still outnumber laptops quite a bit here in the county. That number is shifting, but I think that's going to flip very quickly. In the present, we're working from home, or we certainly have the ability, that's been proved now, for VPN or secured remote desktop. Video conferencing, we rarely meet in person anymore, which is a little bit sad. This is kind of nice to see folks I haven't seen in quite some time in person. It's all video-based, and it's agnostic of whatever device you have. It'll work on a desktop, a laptop, any sort of tablet, Android, iPad, whatever. That's kind of nice. We can span all of that. Office space, at least from my experience with IT, we are running at 50% or less capacity in our office in our area due to remote working. And part of that, actually the primary reason for being at less than 50% is because we can't properly social distance based on how our office is set up. The cube farms, there's no way to put that many people in that space and really meet the requirements, the suggestions that we have to maintain social distancing. The reality is you only know that if you come into our area. You can't tell because everything we do at some point is remote anyway, even if we're sitting at our desk. So, public engagement, nearly all meetings have moved to video conferencing or streaming like this one. In social media, interconnection from anywhere to anyone in the world is more important than ever. Some folks have used a lot of social media over the years. I know we've certainly been using more at the board level, at the general county level. I don't think that's going to change. I think that will keep up. For no other reason than it is the best way for you folks to put information out. I know that any change we made to the website was, of course, either tweeted out by the board or put out on Facebook. That's really how that gets delivered. You can point them back to the website. That, I believe, will be, you're going to be even doing even more communication that way, because I think we know that the public sort of leans towards that. I think we've certainly proved that for sure during this. It's only going to increase. So the future, what I'm thinking, I've spoken to a lot of
Quite
peers.
the car there, car,
It is.
airspace. Yeah.
That is not in the budget. So
No, it's not.
year?
Car.
this year, possibly next year. Maybe not. Virtual government, I've spoken with a number of peers and all through this time period, and there are a number of much larger governments and even smaller ones that are ahead of us in technology and the leverage of technology. This sort of streaming and video conferencing was already something they were already doing. They didn't have to worry about trying to deploy it like we did, right? Well, those folks are live streaming constantly, purpose-built, simple public interaction, where it's an expectation for those who can do it from home, have a much greater ability to communicate with you during these meetings. I know we've done a little bit of that. I think that's only going to become the norm, and what we have now works okay. It's working in our response time period. We're going to have to polish that. I think that's something that be an expectation going forward. Again, my crystal ball, my opinion, but I think that's what's on the road for us. Communications, shorter, more frequent, and next level storytelling. And that's kind of what I was talking about with social media, but even communication among our staff, the entire county. When we were rolling out WebEx, we were also rolling out a way to instant message, which was new to the county. And that's going to become very popular. And I think we'll take off like wildfire. We were slowly delivering that as well. Of course, we stopped that when everything changed and just focused on video. And then the virtual office. Employees everywhere, the end of the office desktop. I don't think we'll buy desktops anymore. I think all we'll pretty much ever do, other than maybe rooms like this where there are these static computers that don't belong to anyone, I think everyone will move to some sort of laptop. And boy, we learned the value of that. We had departments who have done that for quite a while now, and we didn't do anything special for them other than give them WebEx, and just away they ran. Fantastic. But I have to say this. I know that it's already come up once, the master facility plan and what happens with the administration building. And as you know, we just finished the last space for a courtroom that we have currently open. Beautiful courtroom, courtroom 200. IT occupies a significant piece of this courthouse, as do other departments that don't do court work. I know that is a massive decision and discussion that you've been having for quite some time and are faced with what to do about that, especially in the future. I submit that we should throw all things at that, and using this time period, all capabilities of what we can do, where people can work from, when we talk about what an admin office would look like. We've proven that not just the IT department, all kinds of people can work from home. Now, I don't know exactly what that means. We have a one-to-one office space thing going on with cubes, that sort of thing, with all of our employees right now. Maybe there's some metric that you can use to leverage that. We certainly got some pretty good statistics on the amount of usage that's been happening. We could dig further as needed. But I submit that we should consider what some sort of alternating in-office schedule looks like, in order to at least, if you want to, in the short term, try to figure out what to do for an administration building while you plan long-term for something greater. Or maybe that's included in the long-term plan and we just do something similar to what we've been doing all along. And what I'm trying to say, I guess, is we've had an amazing opportunity to see how business can work, and I think we should leverage what we've learned.
So Steve, just quickly, you have approximately 70 employees.
Yes.
How many of those have been working remotely, teleworking, since mid-March?
I would say we were at 95% in the beginning. We had very few people in any offices. And we alternated some schedules. And a few weeks, about a month into it, we put everybody came back who worked on the desk side support piece. So that put us to about 80% at home.
Still at home?
Yep. And now our numbers are up. I'm sorry, the number of folks in the office are up, but it's 50% or less.
Where
really.
do you think you'll be next month?
Well, if we don't have to worry about social distancing anymore, the next piece that we need to determine is, I guess, depending on what guidance is put out there. For now, IT has been sort of left to its own devices. Make sure you get work done, abide by the rules, get going. I know that I have a mixture of folks who want to be in the office and some who love being at home. Some feel they're more efficient at home because they don't have inter-office interruption, which I understand. I think officially we would have to talk about that with HR, what that would look like, because we do not have a work from home policy other than in unusual circumstances, which is worked out between you and your supervisor. This would be something different. If the COVID-19 response was completely rolled back and everything was normalized, we'd have to see what that looks like. We could certainly pull everyone back. I think some thought needs to be considered if we have a resurgence in the world. Do we want to even dance that line on the front side? We've been very fortunate. Nobody on IT caught it. Even when we thought we had some exposures, everyone ended up testing fine, which was lucky. I would think that'd be a good goal to keep. We were not losing ground on our projects. So I really hadn't considered what that might look like, other than I know we would need to talk about it both from a guidance point of view and with HR on how that would look. We would certainly be open to it.
I know the goal would be overall for less bricks and mortar, which is very expensive if we're going to go more in the virtual direction. But just thinking that all the conversations we need to have so folks don't think that working 2 days from home necessarily equals not having the space. They still have their desks. So unless we're doing, desk exchanges, people are sharing desks, things
Right.
like that, we're not going to be able to shrink the amount of physical space that we need without being really thoughtful on how we do that.
It'll be quite.
I think you've presented sort of a huge opportunity, and we've had lots of these conversations, sort of without being cavalier about what COVID means from a health perspective. It's a huge opportunity for us to look at doing business differently. And I guess what I'm interested in from the IT perspective, knowing that so much of what you do is trackable from a data perspective, we're having these conversations with outside employers, all department heads. What's been your sense of productivity of your employees? Has it been up, down, flat, as it relates to being able to work from home?
Well, I can definitely tell you that the number of requests come in for remote assistance has just exploded. And in some of those numbers in there, was all the tickets from people having trouble. So it's sort of artificially inflated, because now we're not doing that anymore. Everybody's running, people that are still at home are working okay. We haven't really compared it to see, we haven't been running times, but I know in speaking with managers, which even though we're sort of effectively back to work, we still, as a management team, we meet every day and talk about what's going on, what projects are moving. Everything has accelerated in a sense that even our development seems to have, they put out an incredible amount of work. Whether you think those numbers are high or low, they have actually done an immense amount, and a lot of that has to do with focus. Now, your desk side support people, the people that run in here and fix this room, and Luke in the back who's making our video roll, and they have to be on site. So their lives changed not a whole lot. But the people in the networks, cybersecurity people, network engineers, we effectively have 3 data centers. They can only be in every one of them at any one time. So they're always remote to something anyway. That's sort of their life. From a development point of view, they come into the office, there's some camaraderie, there's some working with teams, but that's more of almost like a studious, collegiate type work, very much heads down, working on things. And when you come out of that work environment, you're meeting with clients to find out what they need. I'm pretty sure we could mimic that pretty easily with some sort of mixture of work from home, sharing desks, hot swapping, hot bunking, I think they call it in the Navy, where some days in, some days off, that sort of thing. A good opportunity, but we haven't seen a slowdown, even with the added work that we've had. Definitely added stress,
Right.
but the team has performed amazingly. I can't really point to a specific number.
We will be able to look at those metrics once that we're past the curve of learning.
That surge.
Being off, virtually, and then going back. If you continue to maintain those folks, a lot of those folks at home, we can then start to measure productivity now that we're over that learning curve.
I think so too. Specifically track it for that reason, right? We've never done that. We've just been surviving.
Right.
Madam Chair, I'm just curious, Steve, I know they archive the audio from all the public hearings and things like that. Are the video conferences being archived as well? And if they are, what is that doing to your storage needs?
Well,
Because it's a
fortunately,
much larger data file, obviously.
yes, and that terrifies me to think about, which we're going to talk about storage here in about a minute.
Okay.
That's coming, Commissioner Mulley. But it's not video. The record has and always will be, at least until somebody changes their mind, is the audio files.
Okay.
This room is being recorded right now. It's being streamed live on YouTube, so we'll let it live out there. So it's stored up there with YouTube, if you will.
And then this is just a little area of personal background with me is why I'm asking this way. Have you set a standard for what quality that audio file is going to be? In other words, 64K versus, 4411 or something? Because the more you can reduce the file and maintain audio integrity, the more storage capacity you have.
Correct. I'm not sure what we've set it at. I know it's supposed to be the same, and we follow whatever the court standard is.
Okay.
And that's a requirement of.
So there's a
whatever
court
state-
standard that you're,
Correct.
perfect. That answers that question.
And in fact, even this meeting is using the same system the courts do, so that we just have sort of one. Everyone knows how to use that. It's called For the Record. But as a policy, we do not record video conferencing, and we've encouraged people not to do that because then we have to retain it. And so we said we don't retain court video, or video conferencing. So please don't record it.
Right, you push it out, but you don't
Correct.
collect it.
Which has caused a little bit of frustration in that the state, who's pushed out Zoom to their judges for anything they want, they've actually said, go ahead and record them and then turn them into us. And at one point, we were asked, well, should we be doing that with WebEx? And we said no, and the TCA supported us. And they said, no, we're going to use FTR. That's what we use. The audio files are the retaining device for court proceedings. So it could happen. If that happens, I would imagine that we would move towards some sort of cloud storage for the video. All the on-body video that our law enforcement in Ada County uses is all in the cloud on Amazon. So that's really the only video that we retain.
Very good.
It's expensive, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, saving things.
Probably another reason their IT requests are up.
Yes. No, I'm not the only one who has a crystal ball here. Okay. Speaking of that, let's talk about what's needed. We were assigned a cut based on the average 3 years turn back of about $300,000, which was pulled out of our flat budget for us. And of course, we met that. It seems a little weird though, because then we supplement 1.6. So we met it, but 300 moved over into this other realm, which we'll talk about those, and that's really the most important part of this, what I'm standing up here for. So there's 3 supplementals with several different line items with each one, and I've broken them into 2 main groups. The first set, sort of an innovation standard, what we're doing with these 3 supplementals has to do with innovation. One of them is HRIS. As you know, that's payroll replacement, the HR information system. That is a contract that we awarded, and we have an integrator to help us set up the environment that we're getting. And we also have a business consultant who help us understand how these things work and help our HR department and our payroll departments make good choices on whatever they need to make this all function. Payroll has, the new system is not slated to go live till December, January timeframe. And so we've known all along that we need to have these folks with us. We don't know how to stand up the system, right? Eventually IT will support it, but we've never used it before. So the money needs to be extended into the following fiscal year. And that's what that request is.
Is the deployment project below that, is that related? The W10E?
No, it is not. That is
Okay,
a
so it's not
separate one.
related, okay.
Correct.
Okay.
That one, Madam Chair, is Windows 10 and Office 365.
Okay.
Effectively, we've slowed down on our deployments there, but it's ongoing. What that money is, that is a contingency cost request. We had a similar request last year after discussing this with Clerk McGrain and the auditor. What we're finding sometimes when we're swapping people's computers over to Windows 10 and Office 365, so many different offices and departments use many types of software, and there's different integrations between them. We don't necessarily manage them all for them. We help them buy them, but they use them. Some are very small packages. What is at risk is some of these may not work within Windows 10. We're not the experts in every piece of software. So in prepping for the budget for 2020, speaking with the clerk, we talked about everybody should have some sort of contingency fund within their budgets in case we go to swap them out and they find out this one unusual software that they have to have that we don't know about doesn't work in Windows 10, so they need to upgrade it or replace it. Where are they going to get that money? Because now this is going to screw up their business. Well, it was Clerk McGrain's idea, so let's put it in one spot so we can monitor it, and then nobody has to budget for it, and we stuck it in IT. So we had a $200,000 number in there last year.
Right. Much more trackable within years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm pleased to say we haven't spent hardly any of that. We're about halfway through our deployment across the county before we had to stop. So we haven't really had to dip into that. That money's all going to go back at the end of the year. So effectively, we want to roll over about 120 of it just in case. So that is strictly contingency, which will just go away.
So I'm sorry, Madam. So that's I was looking in the one I marked. It said contingency, non-compliance type of stuff. That's that line item in there. Okay.
Yes, sir. That's 125,000.
Right.
Then the third one, under innovation, is software maintenance, new operational costs. Let me page over to that one. Talk about them individually. So one of the things we did, as I was mentioning earlier, we worked with Cisco to come up with a contract that would put all of our software requirements we buy hardware from Cisco and also software that goes with it. And it ended up in these little buckets all over the place in the IT department's budget. Well, I wanted to leverage all that together, also with the amount of hardware that we buy, because you end up buying these systems separately, and then over time you have these, like I said, different buckets. It makes sense to put them together, so they let us build what's called a Flex EA or Enterprise Agreement. In that, we gained some efficiencies, such as licensing things across the enterprise, which means they account for anybody who works there. One of those was WebEx. So prior to us changing those contracts in this past fiscal year, we had a limited number of WebEx licenses. It was not licensed for the enterprise. So thank God we did that, because we had no idea, knowing we were going to need it like we did. So that as a line item, it's now a single line item from smaller buckets all over the place. And of course, it doesn't translate very well because it's pieces of this and parts of that. Ultimately, we end up being effectively flat overall, but this is a new line item now in our budget. So it's actually a contract we've signed and started moving forward in this fiscal year.
Is that the 373,640?
It is a portion of that number, Chair. The enterprise agreement with Cisco is 158,000.
Okay, and what's the remaining, if we're looking at 373,640?
So in this one, the 373, there are 4 things, 1, 2, 3, 4 in there. And we have the Cisco Flex for 158. We have another agreement for backup with Microsoft, now that we're moving out to Office 365 and in the cloud, is a new piece we have to add. Okay. We've added it's a silly name called Smarsh. It's a software platform that archives instant messaging. And then Tenable, which is another software platform that we're bringing on to help us scan devices as they enter our network for holes and issues and software updates and that sort of thing that need to happen.
Okay, so that's all 4 combined?
Correct, all 4 combined into that one. Necessary software maintenance renewals. It's tough to do this. I don't want to send you 24 different supplementals.
This is fine, we'll ask.
So, okay, that's fine.
Yep.
And I also didn't want to redump everything into this slide either that you've got sitting in front of you, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the innovation things, the stuff that's new, that's really being added to this. That's not a life cycle, that's not some sort of odd requirement. Now we'll look at growth. 3 more graphs. The first one, number 4, as we've numbered it, increased expenses due to growth within Ada County. It is a request for $163,000 with 6 line items into this one. Amazon Cloud is one. We have decided, based on network traffic during the COVID response, to increase and balance our internet traffic out of our data centers. Typically, what we've done in the past is we've run, if you want to call it full, out of one data center and 50% capacity capabilities out of the other, effectively to save costs. But what that would do is if you lost the main link and had to switch over to the smaller link, things would slow down. And prior to March, that wasn't going to be a big deal. But if we have loads of people at home and we have a problem with our primary link and we put half capacity through everyone, there's going to be quite the outcry. So it's time to balance that. So that's in there. That's an increase to CenturyLink. An increase in maintenance costs for a couple of these platforms, like which we've labeled here as F5. That is hardware that we purchased that came with a certain number of months prepaid maintenance. It's now appearing in a new budget. So what's tough with IT is things that we ask for in what I would call a capital expense, something new. At some point, it's going to have an operational cost that shows up. So I'm very jealous of Treasurer Mond's report. She didn't have any extraneous operating expenses or supplementals to submit. IT will never have a day like that for you, sadly. But it's part of the nature of our business, is what we have to do. And decisions can be made against that. We're in another one of these coming up. We are asking for more storage. We have to pay for the maintenance on that storage. That's on this line here. And we're also looking to add a piece to our spam filter that we get a lot of spam. And fortunately, not a lot of it gets to you, even though we send you fake ones to test you. That is an ongoing threat that we constantly are battling. And that is in there under something called Proofpoint, if you're looking at the same supplementals.
So Steve, question for you. Along the same lines, we're looking at a lot of one-time items, not a lot, but a lot of the items that you've listed are one-time, they're not ongoing. So those one-time expenses, then are you saying that the ongoing operational expense is built in, is it a separate line item? How do we know what that ongoing operational expense is for that one-time expenditure?
They will appear in our budget going forward, correct?
So
Some
if
of
we
this will
approve
be,
something, though, we need to be asking what,
right.
because it's not here. Okay.
A number of these, and I can look deeper into this and certainly provide it for you. Typically, when we buy these new things, they include, the average is 36 months. And then in 36 months, there'll be an operating expense. And the rule is generally about 20% is what your ongoing maintenance costs are going forward. I can certainly call those out more in the future and do that math for you if you like. I don't like you having to do it, but certainly we can.
Kathleen?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I was going to say on that front cover sheet, it does indicate from what they submitted that if there's like 162,000 in the supplemental, 150 of it's one time, and then whatever they anticipate being ongoing, that's listed. So there's some that are just one time. And again, those one time are probably ones that have the maintenance that's 3 years out that we won't see. When we say ongoing, we mean ongoing in the next budget year, not 3 years down the road.
So knowing that sometimes they're 3 years out, but we could estimate 20%.
Correct.
Is a
And of
good round
course-
number.
And Madam Chair and Steve, I would assume too that there are times when that maintenance cost is built into something, and depending on how fast technology and things move and change, there could be an obsolescence where something is going to go away.
Absolutely.
But there's going to be another CIP for a replacement of software or hardware or something like that.
Correct.
Okay.
I have one of those in number 5.
I mean, I've got a stack of old computers at home that are good for nothing.
That's right. It happens.
Large ones, door stoppers.
Yes, that's right. Reefs. Turn them into reefs. That would be great. Okay, that was number 5. Any other questions there? I'll move on to the 6th one.
Yep.
This is our biggest one. Now there was a time when, we'll always have one titled something like this, Operational Expand and Replace. This used to go through the Transformation Board Ultimately, it was removed from that because really this is a heavy maintenance item. This is all growth or life cycle, as Commissioner Malloy was just talking about. Things get old. It's also our biggest one, and this one comes with graphs. But basically, we have these three main pieces that are coming with this one. We have some servers that need to be replaced. Those are never inexpensive. And then the ones that you will for sure always see is expansion of our data stores. We need to add more drive space. It's not just our contracts, it's also our personal drives, our personal data. It's where we back up things. So every time we increase our data stores for anything, we have to back it up. So they tend to go with it. And I grabbed these three slides. I have these three graphs to show you what it's looked like growth-wise over the year. What growth of data, storage expansion looks like. This is where our, I believe in this one is our on-base storage. And on-base is just a digital file program. In here are a number of things that gained notoriety through the prosecutor's office. They were the first ones to use it. By no means are they the only ones. But you can see over this effectively 12-month look with a few months expansion on there, we've got a nice steady trend. That is a significant amount of growth when you're looking at the number of terabytes. It is a consistent move as we store more and more items.
And Madam Chair, Steve, is IT also the vault keeper, I guess I'll say it that way, for all the audio for the courts as well? Or is that a separate?
I believe, well, Ada County, my team back here, we store that, right? That's on our servers?
So, because I know there's a program, ongoing program to digitize old, stuff as well, which again is a storage issue.
Well,
I believe we do.
I think so
I need
too.
to confirm that, but I believe we store, because Odyssey, it's not getting into
It's not in there.
Odyssey. Yeah, so I think we store it here. Well,
I always feel good when I can ask a question that nobody may know the answer to.
Well, that's great. You try to predict it? Okay. Clerk McGrane's going to look into it. I'm pretty sure that we don't, sir. I can't say exactly where they go. I know that FTR runs on our systems. We don't ship it anywhere, so it's definitely within our data stores.
Okay. So as old tape stuff gets digitized and archived, that's again going to be a demand on
End
your
up in there.
storage
Correct.
capacity and stuff.
Yes. This is another one. We use some flash storage, and that just means it's extra fast. Keep a lot of personal files, X drives, that sort of thing, reside within this storage area. And that's a 360-day look, an 11% increase. We have to have some sort of planning on this to stay up with it, right? And this one is the one that is the most telling, I think. This is the backup capacity. Again, 12 months. That green line is the growth.
Wow.
The blue line is the limit, our current limit. So, again, we have to stay ahead of that growth. So this is sort of everything all together. This is quite the picture. If you sit there and ask me, well, what can we do about this? We can look at other options. I believe last year I was asked about cloud storage. Cloud storage is an option. We are doing some of it. We're looking at it more. But the reality is, cloud storage is not really cheaper. It changes your planning and it changes your spend profile, if you will, if I can sound like a project manager. But the dollars effectively remain very similar. You just pay for it every month instead of, oh, here's a big, we need to do one big expansion and then go for a year.
Yeah. Commissioner Alexander?
It seems to me like this is another example of where departments and offices don't really have visibility into how their policies and practices cost taxpayer dollars. And so I guess kind of relating back to a strategic priority that we initiated last year with the Technical Advisory Committee, what opportunity do you have to work through that committee to change how people think about what they need to keep?
Well, that's the perfect place to do it. We just haven't been able to meet. Part of that's on me, my time frame, and then part of it has been, we've been delayed now. But absolutely, ultimately, reports like this can be pulled against departments' stores, their drives. We can show where they are. And obviously, we can guess who the big players are, but then we can also look at the types of data that are in there. And with possibly the right software, I know we have some, and I may be speaking further ahead than what my knowledge is, but I believe we can even look at where duplicates lie. Because people love to take a copy of something, then they put it on their shared drive, then they email it to somebody, and they'll stick it in the department shared drive, and then someone wants to take a copy of it, and they'll stick it in their X drive. And now I got the same doc in 4 different places. We do a little bit of checking for that. It has to do with compression, but there could be more of a fundamental approach to that. That could be very beneficial.
Maybe that you end up having to have subcommittees out of the tag group.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that focus just on issues like this.
And so also some sort of readily available dashboard so that people can look. And it needs to be in an automated fashion because we can't dedicate somebody just to be making these graphs. So
Well, and I think there's a way to do it that's, I mean, there's some top-down policy components, but also some education from the kind of grassroots level of our employees that they can be a part of the solution of reducing cost to taxpayers. So whether it's, this issue or the other fun one that's a pet project of Clerk McGrain's and I's, parking, just helping to educate people that we are on sort of an untenable path in terms of escalating costs, and they need to be a part of the solution.
it really is a countywide problem,
Okay.
front to back. So.
Just a pet peeve of mine, I'm going to throw it in here. And what I've seen over the years, and I've been in business for well over 40, 45 years, to see how people communicate with each other. No one talks anymore, even if you're right next door. Everyone is texting or emailing. And it just, I'm sure just the sheer volumes from the fact that nobody bothers to get up and walk to the next room and have a conversation anymore. It's really reflected in this. And that's just what I've seen over the years.
True too. All right. We are nearing the last piece. So EOE. These are our IT's CIP project, if you will, but we're not turning dirt. So this is truly new, large requests that are extraordinary operating expenses. It's more fun to say EOE. And as I recall, and I know people will request me, of all the EOEs that went in front of the Transformation Board, this one ranked number 1. It is a VSOC, which is fun to say, which stands for Virtual Security Operations Center. So right now we have three engineers who are dedicated to our security. And we have 3 right now because we hired an additional while our most senior engineer is getting ready to ride off into well-earned sunset. So we'll soon be at 2. We have over 40 different systems logs that we have to refer to and track. And of course, there's hundreds of network devices. We have extremely efficient, what they call a next-generation firewall that communicate directly with each one of our computers' antivirus, so that they effectively know, it's not really AI, but they know what's going on between the 2 of them. That right now, 3 people are sort of responding to it in a moment's notice when something odd happens. There's a lot of dashboard lights, if you will, that come on for this. And they do a great job, and they have for years. And they have built it so that if something reaches a particular level, it'll actually reach out and phone them in the middle of the night. We've done a very good job of responding to those when they happen. Sometimes they are real things, and a lot of times they're not. But the point is, with only 3 people, and soon to be 2, it's impossible to do this 24/7. And as a government, we get so many more attempts on us than maybe certainly a person would, and even some businesses. So a virtual security operations center is a service. We've done research, not done any RFPs yet or anything, obviously. We're estimating it's at $200,000 a year. Chair, that is a reoccurring cost. That is not a one-time. It is a reoccurring cost. It is a service like a subscription, estimated, where they will monitor all of this for us 24/7 and then reach out and notify our engineers overnights, on the weekends, on holidays. And as I call it, it's a force multiplier. You would never give me the head count to staff someone to run our own security operations center on a 24/7 basis. What's nice is we can still have our systems reach out to our engineers. These folks, they will see the same alerts. They can actually start acting on them while they're reaching out for our engineers. So if you think of, there's a picture right there of people sitting in front of what looks like maps. I don't know what that, it looks cool, like something on TV, but I'm positive that's not what it looks like. But that's effectively what it is. It's like the home security system call centers. Somebody's in there monitoring many folks. Our subscription is in there. They're monitoring our systems. They're responding to alerts from our systems. They will do some sort of rudimentary investigation while they call out our people. And if they don't get the first guy, they'll go to the next guy. If they can't get that guy, they'll go to somebody else. They'll call me. Right now, we rely on machines to do that and folks to hear the phone when it rings in the middle of the night. So that is our EOE. It's the only one we have.
Where is that in the budget book? I'm looking for that.
It's under the EOE section.
It's probably not
It's
with
not
IT
under your
chair came in.
section.
No,
It's just in the, okay.
with the
I was
transformation
looking
board
for it
stuff.
under yours. Okay.
Gotcha.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
is this question time, or do you have more?
It is question time. I was going to say, tell you what, lastly, I'd like to thank you for your leadership through this time, and thank you in advance for your consideration of my submissions. As I stated earlier, I know you have a big and difficult job ahead of you. To aid in your decisions, I now stand for any questions.
Excellent, okay.
Before we take questions, let's just give Steve a round of applause for them lifting up all of the work that they did. COVID. Absolutely. Nothing short of
my team.
miraculous what you and your team have done in the last 3 months.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
I couldn't be more proud, or it seems funny to say surprised, but they just kept rolling with it. Another request would come in and they would roll with it and it would get done. And I'm sitting in my office pulling my hair out all by myself sometimes going, oh my God, they're gonna crash.
They're all
But
gonna
you all hung in there and I thank you for that.
Yeah, they did a great job. Commissioner Lachenda?
Absolutely. It's actually one of the examples that I, like to trot out when people ask us, what's changed around COVID-19? Well, we lifted the courthouse to go virtual in about a week and a half, so that's pretty significant.
It was.
Just looking at the supplemental portion, and I'm looking at the line items here under IT, I'm interested in what's this public records request
Yes.
line item? Is that a specific program? Is it
is.
additional time? Like what is that?
I apologize for skipping over that. Which, do you have the number of which one that is? I'm not sure if my form looks like yours. I can tell you what that particular one is, and if you call any others until I find it. Five, thank you, Vernine. So yes, new purchases. We've asked for additional licensing. In this particular case, it's on-base licensing. That is a particular request that's been made by office staff within the board to help shepherd the PRRs that are coming through. We've had a massive spike, at least from what I've seen, where we're involved, which is usually with email searches. It's just gone crazy. And obviously, it's got a ton of focus. We've made it better, and it's somewhat automated on the inside. What this would do is make it automated on the outside. So when someone goes and requests it, they go through the website, they'll sort of have this automated process.
Tracking, ticklers.
Correct. And all that, then we can report against it easier, and then it'll retain it, what we've given to them, all sort of within its own environment. And then where we have folks who do their own, we would envision some sort of on-ramp, off-ramp, where it needs to go to the clerk or it needs to go to the sheriff. And ultimately, one day, maybe they want to jump into it. We can expand it, so it's sort of this holistic approach thing. It's not a paper process, but it's sort of segmented right now. This will serve to get a whole lot of it and put it in the same box. And so you need some licenses for that. So that's in there. There's a couple projects like that.
I think this board likes that idea.
I do too. It's
great.
it's a little freaky sometimes, making sure we're on top of those things.
It's tough.
And I know that we take some heat for how they've gone, and we want to make sure that they go well, always.
Anything else?
Madam Chair, so without diving into personnel specifics, because I have my what would Heather say water bottle here, I just am taking a look at personnel, and you aren't requesting any new positions, but we are looking at reclass. Could you just kind of talk through, what those different employees, maybe not on the individual level, but what are we achieving there in that piece?
Well, I have to admit, you've caught me. I left my budget book on the dining room table last night and left the door this morning. Tony, could I borrow yours?
There's a pretty thorough justification at the bottom of each of those.
Oh, and that's my fault. I'm looking at the
Yeah, no, there's
Commissioner's
a whole
Playground.
commentary.
So,
Yeah, 2 or 3 paragraphs justifying each one.
okay.
Did you want him still to go through those, or do you want to
No,
just read it
that's okay.
at
I
your
will-
leisure?
I will take a look at that.
Proposed change.
Because
Okay.
Kathleen is so good at what she does.
Madam Chair, Commissioner
Phil?
Lockhart,
Yeah.
in the Commissioners Playground, you should be able to click on, they should be linked to the budget book.
Okay.
That we have started. Yeah, so if you look at the
I
PCN
click on
number.
the PCN.
Yep.
So Commissioner Lachiando has decided that she can read through these. They're right here,
Okay.
so we won't have
Great.
to.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah, your turn, Commissioner
No,
Malloy.
no, that's, I've read, I did all that, yeah, exactly what she's doing now, so I had that same kind of question, but in reading the justifications on there, I have my answers.
Very good. And I apologize for not being prepared and having left my book at home. I
She
realized
just
it.
wants you to haul around the big black binder.
Well,
like we
I
have
meant to. I also have my transformation board book too, and I left that there at home with the family, having a great time, I'm
Problem,
sure.
that's we're carrying stuff back and forth.
That needs to be digital.
Isn't there some
Directors.
kind of backpack weight restriction thing that the
Well, it
county
would be,
has?
it would be a little humorous to have the IT director carrying around that much paper.
Well, this is just ours, so yours must be delivered in a wheelbarrow or something.
Wheels, he has wheels over here.
I'll just say I'm a digital guy. I mean, for the most part, this is the only hard copy thing that I've been toting around. But for the most part, everybody's been good about delivering digitally as well, so.
Getting better at that.
Any further questions for Steve?
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, Phil?
To Commissioner Malloy's stump the IT director question, I
Yeah.
have an answer. The Idaho Supreme Court stores all of the recordings. We have a strange relationship where even the computers that my staff use are provided by the Supreme Court, but yet Steve's team supports them. So
Okay.
we have this quasi relationship, but all the data, including the recordings, is
So all the
stored.
required storage for whatever period of
For all the
time is
court stuff.
mandated by the court is on him, okay.
Yeah, it's on the Supreme Court.
You know, but that's a great
Worried there.
thing to unearth, because this is sort of the, continual conversation of, not, the public not fully understanding, and quite frankly, the Idaho legislature not fully understanding that so much of what we do is mandated by them. It's
Right.
just sort of another example that if we were able to quantify what that cost is and that it's escalating, it's a great talking point when we discuss with our legislators what some of our challenges are.
Good. Thank you for the update.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Great presentation. And again,
Appreciate it.
kudos to you and your team for doing such a miraculous job. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Our pleasure. So,
All right, Kathleen, Phil, are we ready to go ahead and take a lunch break now?
lunch
We're a
break
little
till-
bit ahead of schedule.
Yep,
That'll give us an
1:15.
extra 10 minutes, so we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock still. Does that sound good?
Sure.
1 o'clock or 1:15?
1:15.
Okay.
1:15? Okay, sure. Reconvene at 1:15. We'll be go into recess.
Could I have Anthony?
Phil? Good, back on the record. All right, we're back on the record. In the Board of Ada County Commissioners is sitting to listen to the budget presentations. It is 1:15 in the afternoon. Make sure that your cell phones are silenced, if not turned off. You're 6-foot distancing, and if you need to get closer, you're wearing your mask. Thank you, everyone, for coming. So we are moving into, it looks like, the sheriff's presentation, and I will have Kathleen come up, and she will give us an introduction. Good afternoon, Kathleen.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. The Sheriff's Office is one of 7 constitutionally elected offices within Ada County. Sheriff Stephen Bartlett is responsible for the Sheriff's Office and the Emergency Communications Fund. The Ada County Sheriff's Office is the largest law enforcement organization where each employee works every day to make Ada County a safer place to live, work, and play. The Sheriff's Office has 5 bureaus: police, jail, court, administrative, and communications, and with a total of 755 authorized positions. The Jail Services Bureau has 177 sworn deputies and 89 professional employees who manage the Ada County Jail, Idaho's largest and most secure jail facility with a capacity to hold 1,224 inmates. Most inmates are housed in a dorm setting, with higher risk inmates placed in a more secure close custody units. The jail has a fully functioning medical staff,
Oh, the
clinic
microphone.
staff.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
let's bring the microphone down. There we go. And Steve's left the room.
All righty. Now I hear myself. Most inmates are housed in a dorm setting, with higher risk inmates placed in a more secure closed custody units. The jail has a fully functional medical clinic staffed by licensed healthcare workers. The jail also has an inmate staff kitchen and laundry facilities. The Court Services Bureau has 45 sworn deputies and 58 professional employees and runs a variety of public safety programs in concert with the Jail Services Bureau, including alternate sentencing, misdemeanor probation, pretrial services, and inmate transports. The employee training and civil services units are also part of the Court Services Bureau. The Police Services Bureau has 152 commissioned deputies and supervisors and 16 professional employees who provide direct police services to all unincorporated areas of Ada County and the cities of Cuna, Star, and Eagle. Deputies protect over 1,164 square miles of land and patrol more than 2,124 miles of roads in Ada County. The Police Services Bureau also includes persons and property crimes detectives, narcotics officers, school resource officers, and specialty units like K-9, SWAT, and Marine Patrol. The Administrative Services Bureau has 131 professional employees and includes human resources, finance, property and evidence, data analytics and intelligence, and victim services. The Bureau also runs the Ada County Sheriff's Office Records Department, driver's license services, and manages the vehicle repair shop. The Emergency Communications Bureau has 78 professional employees. The dispatchers at Ada County's state-of-the-art Emergency 911 Dispatch Center manage all public calls for service and coordinate all police, fire, and emergency medical service movement within Ada County. Dispatchers handled 394,444 calls in 2019, including 142,227 911 calls and 251,833 non-emergency dispatch calls and 384 text to 911 requests for service. The Bureau also holds the Community Information Unit, which manages all media relations, community outreach, and education. This unit also filled 4,518 public information requests in 2019. The Emergency Communications Fund accounts for the initiation, maintenance, and enhancement of Ada County's 911 communication system. Each citizen pays a monthly $1 fee for each phone line that they have, which provides funding for Ada County's 911 emergency dispatch system. Ada County voters have approved the fee, which pays for 11 employees. And because we have 2 budgets here, we'll go over both budgets, and then I will turn it over to Steve. The Sheriff's Office, they are a department within the current expense fund. Their appropriation total is made up of the 2020 personnel budget of $69.3 million, operating and capital of $11.9 million, reduced by $968,000 for those adjustments that we talked about this morning, and increased by that $2.2 million in revenue for a total 2021 appropriation of $82,603,247. The 21 budget requests include personnel of $72,214,084 and operating capital of $12,141,487 for a total FY21 budget submission of $84,355,535. That's $1,752,288 over their appropriation total. There are several supplementals. In the personnel side, we have 21 new positions. So for a total cost of $1,436,724. In the Administrative Services Bureau for driver's license, there are 10 LERTs, 1 part-time LERT, 1 supervisor. Court Services Bureau, a reentry specialist and 3 deputies. The Jail Services Bureau, a jail education professional. And in the Police Services Bureau, 258 is being funded with revenue. For a pretrial case manager, 2 pretrial LERTs, a criminal justice coordinator, sergeant, probation officer, and probation office supervisor. 2 supplementals on the operating side, $75,000 of ongoing for the health services unit medication increase, and $240,564 for the items for the new positions. So one time of $232,564, and then $8,000 of that is ongoing into the next budget year. You can see the budget to actual history and the number of employee count. Emergency communication is one of the self-funded funds that we have where their revenue equals their expense. So for comparison purposes, there's no supplementals, or appropriations, but we wanted to show the 20 budget compared to the 21 budget. So before you see the FY20 adopted budget, personnel at 1.1 million and operating costs of 7.4 for a total 20 adopted budget of 8,654,318. The 21 budget requests include personnel costs of 1,103,112 and operating and capital at 8,396,317 for a total FY budget submission of 9,499,429. That's an increase over the prior year of 854,111 being covered with revenue and fund balance. I'd like to now introduce Stephen Bartlett, who will present the Sheriff's and Emergency Communication budget.
Thank you, Kathleen. Good afternoon, Sheriff.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Kathleen, for your introduction. I know there's a lot of numbers and information to go through. We'll recap a lot of that as we go along. And thank you to you, your team, and Phil for your assistance through this budget process. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, commissioners, employees, and everyone joining us online. I would like to thank you, our county commissioners, for your dedication in serving Ada County. Commissioner Malloy, we've enjoyed meeting you and look forward to working with you through this budget year and throughout the rest of our year as well. Today is the day that we get to share with you some of the great work that the men and women of the Ada County Sheriff's Office do every day. I am proud to stand in front of you and represent the more than 750 hardworking and dedicated employees. I would like to pay a special tribute today to the 116 of those employees who are also military veterans and actively serving in the armed forces. 30 of them are active duty, and we currently have 5 of them deployed right now. We are grateful for the service of our employees, not only to Ada County, but to our country. Prioritizing needs to create this budget each year is a demanding process, but it's one that we look forward to. This is our opportunity to explain to you how we are using our resources in the most responsible way, to share with you our plan for the year ahead and how we will meet the needs of our citizens while protecting public service, safety, and providing the highest level of service. We are proud of how we accomplished this at the Sheriff's Office. Today's presentation will cover the details about our budget that you asked us to provide, and we'll walk you through the resources that are needed to fulfill our mission, to make safer places for you to live, work, and play. That mission is fundamental to who we are and how we work every day. The last few months have been certainly challenging for all of us. Between the COVID-19 pandemic, between the protests and our security threats, earthquakes, and all of the things that have happened here in Ada County, Our staff has continued to show up every day and knock it out of the park. I stand before you today as the sheriff that is very, very proud of our employees. At this time, I would like to introduce our Director of Communications, Andrea Dearden, to give you a quick overview of our agency and how our vision, our mission, and values tie directly to our goals and objectives as you asked us to do in this year's budget. Director Dearden?
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sheriff, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm absolutely honored to be here. This is my very favorite thing to talk about when it comes to the Sheriff's Office, the heart of who we are and the way that we interact with members of our community. As Kathleen explained and the Sheriff said, we do have 755 different employees working at the Sheriff's Office, and all of them perform invaluable public safety and law enforcement services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have 376 commissioned deputies and 379 professional staff. Each plays a critical role in protecting our community. The sheriff, as you know, is an unelected official, and so by Idaho law, he has to provide certain services and deliver certain functions. Idaho law says the sheriff must preserve the peace and enforce the law. Sheriffs are also tasked with making necessary arrests and maintaining a safe, secure facility that must meet specific standards of care. The sheriffs must patrol roads, they also patrol the waterways, keep the waterways safe, investigate crimes, issue driver's licenses, and also serve civil process. Now, these are functions by Idaho Constitution that all sheriffs across Idaho must perform. But how we do that, the way that we're able to deliver those services, it depends on staffing and resources, which is why your support is absolutely critical to us. From policing to emergency dispatch to jail, community supervision, we are involved at every step of the criminal justice process. And it takes an incredible team of men and women to make that happen and to carry out these many functions at our agency. As Kathleen explained, all of our deputies and professional staff, they work in one of these 5 bureaus that she outlined just a bit ago in the introduction. Now, we all have different functions, dozens of them really, dozens of roles and responsibilities, and it can be challenging, no doubt, to keep everyone connected and moving in the same direction moving forward. Anyone who has been to the Public Safety Complex or our Emergency Communications Center, you may have seen this hanging on our wall, seen framed copies that hang in our conference rooms and our hallways. These are constant reminders of what should guide all that we do. Every decision that we make, every action that we take is guided by the words here. We have 755 very unique individuals working in our agency. We perform very different functions. We have different qualifications, different levels of education, certifications, strengths, and talents, and yet we are all connected by the words on this page, and more importantly, the meaning behind them. If you're familiar with Simon Sinek, the author and speaker and coach, you've probably heard him talk about the golden circle. And he says that people don't care about what you do, they care most and first about why you do it. So you have to start with why. You have to know your why, you have to understand it in order to meet your objectives and accomplish what you set out to do with accuracy. And we know it is important for every one of our employees to understand our why and also every member of our community. Everything that we do starts with why. Our why is our purpose, and our purpose is our vision. Our vision is to be the law enforcement agency of choice for criminal justice services. Contract city policing, emergency communications 911 dispatch, crash reconstruction, school resource officers, the crime lab, property and evidence, the jail and alternative sentencing, misdemeanor probation, canines, SWAT, the dive team. Partners across Ada County choose the Ada County Sheriff's Office because they can trust us to deliver quality service that is reliable, respectful, and professional. Every time a member of the community turns to us for help or has a question about criminal justice services, they trust that someone capable, competent, and caring is going to respond. How we respond is determined by our culture, and our culture is defined by our values: integrity, service, dedication, attitude. Four very important words to us. Integrity. People can trust us to always do what is right, personally and professionally. This means doing what's right for the right reason. This means doing what's right when nobody is watching. Service. We care about the people we serve and always try to help them. We know that this means service to the community, to the public, to our partners, and also to each other. Dedication. We're expected to work harder and go the extra mile for each other and for members of the community. And finally, attitude. The positive way we interact with others and approach our responsibilities makes all the difference in the world. We know that we often interact with people in their very worst moments, when they're afraid, alone, helpless, worried. Other times we interact with folks to educate or inform. And whether we are talking about the very worst moments or the very best moments, our attitude matters. We've always said we want to leave every situation, every person, just a little bit better than we found them. So what we get as a result of knowing our why and living our values, like that's what we're able to accomplish. That's our outcome or our results. And that's our mission. Our mission is to make safer places for you to live, work, and play. That was one of our recruiting videos that reminds us all what it means to live, work, and play in Ada County. And it also reminds us of the quality of life that we have promised to protect. Now, we know it is not just enough to say the words. We are constantly evaluating ourselves, and we ask others to help us do that as well. It's critical to measure our successes and also to identify areas where we may be falling short. Constantly collecting information from multiple sources to make sure that what we are doing is meeting the need effectively and efficiently. Now, our data analytics and intelligence team creates this. This is our Measures That Matter, or sections of it. This is a Measures That Matter report, and it looks at dozens of very specific performance metrics across all 5 of our bureaus to see how well we're meeting our goals. And we don't just share this internally. We also have this posted on our website, the Ada County Sheriff's Office website, because we know that it's important for the community to see these metrics. We want the public to know what we're doing and why, and how well we're doing it.
Andrea, quick question. Is this the same as the scorecard that was presented, I guess, about 6 months ago to the commissioners? It's in a different format, or are they different metrics?
Piece of it.
It's a piece of it, okay.
So, as you know, our rapidly growing population brings an ever-growing need for services. We have watched this population graph climb each year, but we are very happy to say that there is an opposite trend in our crime rate. So as you see here, crime rates in Ada County have decreased. We are very, very proud of that. We know that that is proof that we are making safer places for you to live, work, and play. And Sheriff Bartlett is going to give us an even closer look at this just a little bit later on. Now, it may not seem so obvious, but we do believe that a big part of how we're able to maintain historically low crime rates and create those strong bonds in the community, because we routinely poll our employees and ask how we are doing. We know that they are our most valuable resource. It's in its 16th year now, our employee engagement survey. It's used to gather feedback and gauge how well we're living up to our promises. We ask employees twice a year if we're meeting the sheriff's priorities to protect their mental and physical health and to provide a safe, enjoyable workplace where they have the necessary support, resources, and guidance to perform well. We are absolutely thrilled to have such a high percentage of our employees say they are proud to work for the Ada County Sheriff's Office. Research shows happier and healthier, both physically and emotionally, an employee is, the better that they treat the public. And we know that no agency can ultimately be successful without energized employees who believe in the mission and understand and feel empowered to achieve it. And we know that we have to have positive people in our culture and living our values. So that survey is an opportunity for us to listen and do it better. We also make it a priority to listen to our community and to engage directly with the people that we serve. We interact through social media. We're on Nextdoor, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and it gives us a direct and powerful connection to our citizens, but that is only part of it. Our employees facilitate community education events, neighborhood meetings, they meet with civic groups and social organizations. We have real, sometimes difficult conversations with the genuine hope of building even stronger, more powerful partnerships. Each time one of our 755 employees interacts with a member of the public, it is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to listen and to learn. And that is how we build trust. It is that trust that allows us to provide the law enforcement services the men, women, and children of Ada County need to feel safe and secure. That is our truest measure of success. With that, I'll turn it back over to Sheriff Bartlett.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Andrea touched on the continued growth in our community, which has a direct impact on the services that we provide and the resources, staff, space, and equipment that we need to fulfill our responsibility to public safety. As Andrea explained, crime rates are down this year. I wanted to put that in context for you. Here you can see how the Treasure Valley compares to other areas across our nation that have a similar population size. In the Treasure Valley, Ada County has the lowest crime rate, or a lower crime rate than Canyon, Gem, Owyhee, and Boise counties. In Ada County, our agency has the lowest crime rate of all. Our priority is to keep it that way and provide the quality of service expected of us, even as our population continues to increase. We can't do that alone. We need your support through this budget process. Thank you for asking us to share some of our accomplishments and what we've been able to do with the funding that you approved for us last year. This is always my favorite part of the budget presentation. We take our commitment to public safety very seriously. Part of our promise is to be financially responsible and manage our business well. We are accountable to the people of Ada County. Two of the fundamental priorities, what we call pillars of our Jail Services Bureau, are safety of staff and security of our facility. In 2018, we requested a body scanner, which was approved through the Capital Investment Program in 2019. After major delays, many of you probably followed it with Hurricane Dorian, the scanner was finally installed and training was complete. The first official scan was completed in November of 2019. The body scanner is one more tool that we have to keep drugs, weapons, and contraband out of our jail. It did not take long for the scanner to pay off. Within weeks of its installation, an arrestee who had been pat-searched was scanned and a knife was discovered. That same day, the scanner helped deputies find a spoon on an arrestee. That prompted a more extensive search, and of which deputies found a concealed syringe and a baggie of controlled substance. The scanner has another benefit. As a deterrent, after learning that our inmates will need to walk through a body scanner, some of our inmates now come forward and admit to having contraband rather than risking the additional charge of bringing that into our jail. We're very thankful to our commissioners for this body scanner. Our Barrister campus, which we have outgrown, is locked in by the...
I'm not laughing at the scanner. I'm just remembering the time I voluntarily scanned myself. So,
Did we find anything?
Yeah, we just want to know what we found on her.
yes, no, I didn't sneak it in that time, so,
All right, we'll talk about that another time.
okay.
Our Barrister campus is locked in by our connector, a railroad, a petroleum pipeline, a canal, and small parcels of privately owned property. It's cramped and we have no more space to build on our current footprint. We looked at several options as to how we could acquire land, one of which was to acquire and purchase 2 parcels of property that were adjacent to us, owned by Darigold. This property will provide much-needed space to expand the county jail. We requested $1 million to purchase that property, and last year, that money was allocated to fund the project. We're still in the process of finalizing that purchase and all of the details, but we're very thankful for the commissioners and your bold stand on that. The next step will be to make the best of that purchased property. The Ada County consultant team, led by Ada County Development Services, submitted a request for design costs for a new jail pod, which was approved last year. Thank you again for that. Lombard Conrad Architects was selected during the RFP process to design the project, and initial plans are currently being reviewed. We will work closely with them to ensure the approved design meets our needs for secure space while making the most efficient use of our county tax dollars. We are very excited about what the future holds for our Barrister campus. In 2016, a building safety team was assembled to assess the security of our Barrister campus, which houses the Sheriff's Office Administration Office, our Ada County Emergency Operations Center, and the jail. As part of the team's security analysis, representatives from the U.S. Marshal's Office and our office completed a thorough walkthrough of our areas to document any adjustments, both fiscal and operational, that were needed to improve security. A number of proposed adjustments were listed as ways to improve the safety of our campus, including enhanced perimeter security and protective measures to prevent unauthorized access. This included better fencing with added razor wire around our property. We worked with emergency management to apply for a state Homeland Security Programs grant and were awarded $250,000 to begin the security fence project. The project began the 3rd week of April, with the first phase expected to be completed in July. Later in my presentation, you will see a request in our capital investment program to complete the recommended security upgrades. Our staff is responsible for storing and managing property and evidence for the 2 largest law enforcement agencies in the state of Idaho, the Boise Police Department and the Ada County Sheriff's Office. Our storage facility are more than 25 years old. Our population, our workload, has increased dramatically over the last 2 decades. So it's no surprise that the space needed for property and evidence has also been outgrown. Proper preservation of the items needed for property and evidence need to be in careful, monitored space. 2 years ago, we asked to add additional refrigeration and freezer space, which you funded in our FY19 budget. I'm happy to report that that project was completed in December of 2019. It added 1,000 refrigeration feet and 1,000 freezer space. So you can see what a major difference that has made for us at the Sheriff's Office. We were in the same predicament with our firearms storage. The existing space was not safe for our pistol totes that were stacked 3 high. Last year, you approved funding for a high-capacity gun storage unit. We are currently working with an engineer to ensure that the floor is adequately reinforced to support the unit and anticipate completion in the coming months. Increasing our firearms storage capacity will allow us to meet all of our statutory requirements using the very same square footage within our facility. One of our public's biggest stressors has been our wait times at driver's license. That is why last year we identified the need for a second driver's license location as one of our top priorities. Many of us have felt the frustration or have been involved in a discussion regarding the challenges faced by our driver's license and concealed weapons office. In 2019, we served an average of 4,500 customers per week, with a customer count climbing as high as 1,291 in a single day. Commissioners, you saw the need and funded $505,000 for us to find a second location. We have spent the last year working with the assessor and development services team to develop plans and review potential locations. Thank you, Commissioners, again for recognizing this huge need for our community. An exact site has not been chosen, but we have focused our search on northwest Ada County because population projections show that that is where the greatest need is. Thanks to the hard work of Richard Beck and his development team, we anticipate having a new driver's license location selected in the coming months. Later, you will see our request for additional positions for us to staff that second location. We were cautious last year not to move too quickly on this project because of the uncertainty about property tax during the legislative session. A freeze on property taxes would be horrible for Ada County residents because it would keep us from delivering the services that our citizens expect from us. The radios our deputies use to communicate with dispatchers and other first responders are crucial to their safety and the safety of citizens. Our old Motorola radios had reached end of life and were no longer supported for maintenance or repair. 3 years ago, I brought before the commissioners a 3-year, $2.38 million phased approach for our mobile and in-car radios, which was approved. The total number of radios that we needed were 526. We just finished our 3rd year purchases, buying the final 163 radios and accessories and batteries and speakers and everything else needed for that for our mobiles and cars. So the 3-year project is complete. All of the new radios are now in the hands of our deputies, fulfilling our mission to make safer places for you to live, work, and play. It's exciting getting to share all of this stuff with you guys.
It's a lot. It's great.
2 years ago, I was approached by a group who wanted to donate the build-out of a training center if we were able to get the lease for the building. This was an incredible opportunity to have our own state-of-the-art training facility for our academies, ongoing education, and recertification for jail and patrol teams. Last year, the continued lease was approved in our budget. Thank you for that. The training center has been invaluable. It has allowed us to hold patrol and detention academies simultaneously, which was impossible previously. The training center averages at least 40 hours of training a week and has at a minimum of 75 employees in there at any one time. The training center has also started generating revenue, which we talked about, a little over $3,500 so far. Multiple agencies, both public and private, are renting the facility for training courses. But as with so many other things, the COVID-19 pandemic put a temporary stop on those, but we fully expect to be hosting classes again there very soon. In the past, we sent all of our patrol deputies, detention deputies, and emergency communications officers, our 911 dispatchers, to Idaho Peace Officer Standard and Training, or better known as POST, to earn their required certifications. Once they completed POST training, we would then put them through an advanced academy at the Sheriff's Office. This extended the time it took to get new hires trained and working. Several years ago, we approached the Post Council for approval to hold our own certified academies. The state approved our Detention Academy program first, and due to the success of that program, we were able to get approval to hold our own Patrol Academy and Emergency Communications Academies. Hosting these academies saves the county a significant amount of money and allows us to provide the highest level of service and training. So far, we have graduated 10 certified detention academies, 2 certified patrol academies, and 1 certified emergency communications academy, a total of 125 deputies and dispatchers. Our 11th detention academy is scheduled to graduate on July 10th. We hope that you can join us for that as well. And our 3rd Patrol Academy and 2nd Emergency Communication Academy start the first 2 weeks of July. And we're incredibly proud of our training unit and all they've accomplished. People choose to work here for lifelong careers and for the promotional and advancement opportunities that are available to them. This past year, due to retirements, we promoted 12 of our deputies to the rank of sergeant and 1 sergeant to the rank of lieutenant. Along with promotions, we also recognized several of our staff with special awards. One of our detention sergeants, Gary Grunwald, was recognized with a Sheriff's Commendation for his incredible work on our emergency preparedness planning. I would like to read a portion of that commendation now. One of the most difficult, complex, and time-consuming requirements of running Idaho's largest and most secure jail is to have an accurate and thorough emergency preparedness plan. There is so much going on in the moment inside the jail that long-term planning can be overlooked. Thanks to your dedication over the last 12 years, our jail staff now has a clear and accurate guide on how to deal with dozens of emergency situations. Sergeant Grunwald exemplifies what it means to be an Ada County Sheriff's Office employee. He was commended for his service. We also awarded 2 Sheriff's Commendations and a team citation for a group involved in a hostage situation on January 6th of this last year. Meridian Police Department needed immediate help with a violent man who had just shot his ex-wife and was holding 2 young children hostage inside a home. A team of our deputies and dispatchers immediately sprung into action and quickly identified roles that allowed them to efficiently work together to protect the 2 young girls trapped inside that home and keep others nearby safe. Every deputy and dispatcher who worked on that call did so with total commitment to help rescue those children. They displayed the qualities of the Ada County Sheriff's Office at our very best. And lastly, a Sheriff's Star Medal is awarded to an employee when the following has occurred. They have made the decision to put their own safety at risk, and in order to prevent the death or injury of another, and their actions stand well above others and show a sincere dedication to public service and the mission of the Sheriff's Office. Normally, this medal is awarded to commissioned deputies, but for the very first time, the Sheriff's Star was awarded to one of our dispatchers for his brave efforts while off duty. On October 16th, 2019, dispatcher Tristan Hugo was driving with his family on Locust Grove when he came upon a 2-vehicle crash on the side of the road. A car and a van had collided and then hit a telephone pole, causing severe damage to both vehicles. The van was on fire and the driver was still stuck inside. Dispatcher Hugo pulled over, jumped out, and ran to the burning van, where he risked his own safety to pull the unconscious driver out of the flaming wreckage. Paramedics took the driver to the hospital where he was treated and released. His instinct to disregard his own well-being and knowingly put himself in danger to help a stranger in distress was incredibly courageous and most likely saved the man's life. His action showed a sincere dedication to public service and the mission of the Sheriff's Office. I am so grateful for our employees who help guide our day-to-day successes and will shape the future of our agency and this community. Speaking of great employees and their choice to stay at the Sheriff's Office, we are fortunate to enjoy some of the lowest turnover rates and highest longevity rates of any county office or department. This doesn't happen by accident. We're very proud of our staff, specifically our human resource team, and their incredible work to find, hire, and retain the very best employees. They have created an incredibly efficient process to select the right people for the right positions. According to Ada County Human Resources and the 2019 yearly turnover report put out by Dr. Herrig, it's working. As of June 1st of this year, we have 755 positions. 24 are currently vacant. However, 23 of those positions either have a hire date, are in background process, or are on hold. With only one position opened, our current vacancy rate is 0.13%. We're incredibly proud of those numbers. In 2016, after a 6-month pilot program, we confirmed a significant need to better serve people in crisis. We created the Crisis Intervention Team and staffed it with 2 full-time deputies. This team handles suicidal subjects and mental health-related calls, which require specific training and extensive follow-up. They successfully manage people in crisis, avoiding an added burden on our emergency services and freeing up our patrol deputies to respond to other calls. The addition of a licensed clinical social worker was the next step in improving our crisis response. We brought that request before you last year, and I am happy to report the CIT clinician position was approved and has been filled. We were fortunate to hire a talented clinical social worker who has been working with our mobile crisis unit. Tara's expertise has had a significant impact on multiple crisis calls. She recently assisted 2 different families during tragic events involving the loss of a child. She received a thank you card from one of the siblings that read, "Your commitment and level of calmness was greatly appreciated by my family. Thank you for being so strong in our time of weakness." Tara has been able to collaborate with other agencies and coordinate resources to facilitate the direct placement of our inmates to appropriate mental health facilities, avoiding costly emergency room visits. I appreciate our current commissioners who are forward-thinking and realize the importance of solving problems upstream. Our jails and emergency rooms are not the best solution to most mental health-related crisis problems. Despite having a dedicated crisis intervention team, we also recognize the need for mental health training for all of our employees who answer the call for crisis or the call for help from people in crisis. We have made it a priority at our agency, and now more than 100 of our deputies and dispatchers have completed the 40-hour CIT certification course. We hold our next course in December and hope to have another bunch of our staff in that. We are continually looking for new ways to effectively manage our jail population and reduce the number of people who return to custody for repeat criminal behavior. In the last year, we have been working with our criminal justice partners and our courts to build another solution, the Community Transition Center. The CTC directly benefits all Ada County taxpayers by reducing our in-custody jail population and our associated costs. It allows men and women to serve their time on a criminal offense while continuing to work and support their families. Participants will complete several different evidence-based classes designed to teach them to be healthy, productive members of society. Those include a GED program, workforce readiness, interactive journaling for decision-making, and budgeting. The CTC was scheduled, as you know, to fully open in March of this year, but due to COVID, we had to postpone that. But we are excited to get the center reopened and fully operational very soon. We're planning a grand opening celebration this fall, and we look forward to you being there, members of our community, as we reopen our CTC. In 2014, the Ada County Sheriff's Office applied for and was selected to participate in the Safety and Justice Challenge, a national initiative aimed at ensuring the proper use of jails and eliminating racial and ethnic disparity in our criminal justice system. Between 2015 and 2017, we were awarded $1.3 million of private money to create and implement strategies in our local jurisdiction. In the last 5 years, we have collaborated with members of our public safety partners, our county, state departments and offices, social organizations, and members of the public to improve communication, increase efficiencies, and better coordinate criminal justice services from pre-arrest through post-adjudication. The need for improved mental health services and a crisis intervention team clinician came about as a direct result of those conversations. Text messaging reminders implemented last year helped reduce the number of people booked into our jail for failure to appear. Thank you to Phil McGrain and his team for helping make that happen. Vertical representation has been adopted, cutting down on the number of continuances that keep defendants in jail longer than necessary. Pretrial services have been expanded and are now guided by an evidence-based risk assessment. Meaningful conversations with historically marginalized groups are helping us better understand community needs and take a more holistic approach to developing our policies and strategies. All of these efforts began as a result of our Safety and Justice Challenge, but will continue in the months and years ahead because of our commitment and your commitment to do the right thing for the right reason and to always look for ways to do it just a little bit better. The strong relationships built with our partners while working on these initiatives proved invaluable when the COVID pandemic hit in March. We had already added video conferencing capabilities in the jail as a way to improve access for public defenders and eliminate case delays. Our jail population review team and our pretrial planning committee had been working together for years. So we were able to move very quickly, expanding our Safety and Justice Challenge strategies to wisely and safely reduce our jail population by 25%. We know this dramatic reduction is not sustainable as our community reopens, but we plan to keep in place all of our efforts that make sense for our criminal justice system and our community. Next, we're going to move into our FY21 budget. Requests which represent our most critical needs in order to provide adequate criminal justice services to our citizens across Ada County. We've taken a hard look at what is needed in order for us to fulfill our statutory duties and take care of the citizens the way that you, our commissioners, expect us to, while meeting the high standards we hold ourselves to each and every day. We appreciate your commitment to prioritizing these needs and public safety on our citizens' behalf. During Kathleen's introduction, she gave you an overview of the budget numbers. Through watchful management and fiscal responsibility, we were able to turn back over $1.83 million to the county general fund last year. I'm incredibly proud of how our agency manages the taxpayer dollars that you entrust us with. We want to show you how we've been able to make the most of every dollar and why our requests for the year ahead are critical to public safety in Ada County. Over the last few years, our county commissioners have directed us to find ways to fund changes or growth in our agency through efficiencies and savings within our existing budget allocation whenever possible. We work incredibly hard to save money wherever we can, and as a direct result of that, we were able to fund 7 positions this year. Most critical to us were the 4 positions that have been paid through the Safety and Justice Challenge grant, which ends later this year. These positions have proven beneficial to improving criminal justice services in Ada County. We feel strongly that this work should continue and that these employees have a very important role at the Sheriff's Office. Last year, we met with you to request a supervisor or a sergeant for the newly created Community Transition Center. This request was approved if we were able to find the funding on our own. And lastly, the misdemeanor probation program, a program the commissioners have entrusted us with and we report on to you throughout the year, was in need of a supervisor and an additional probation officer to keep up with the rapid growth of participants. Thank you again to our current staff for managing our money and our budget so well to allow us to make these things happen. And now I would like to spend a little bit of time talking about our supplemental requests. Earlier, you heard about the second driver's license location that we expect to open soon. We knew it would take some time to get the building up and running, so we waited to ask for the positions necessary to staff it. The driver's license office has been a hot topic of conversation in Ada County for several years. From increasing wait times to ITD's transition to a new data system, driver's license continues to be on the minds of the public. Last year, you authorized an additional 4 positions, which we said would lower customer wait time, and it did. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the average wait time had decreased by more than 20 minutes, despite the increase by 13.2% in the number of customers that were being served. While this is definitely a move in the right direction, we know that the Benjamin campus will not be able to serve the entire county as our population grows over the next few years. This is why last year we began the process of developing a second driver's license location. We anticipate this project to be complete within the next fiscal year. So it's necessary to start thinking about our staffing plan for this location. Our request includes 11.5 positions: a supervisor, a lead, 9 record technicians, and 1 part-time bookkeeper. These positions, combined with our existing staff at our Benjamin location, will lessen the total time citizens spend getting or renewing a driver's license. Our goal is for no customer to spend more than 30 minutes at our driver's license office. This includes our wait time and our transaction time. Earlier, I spoke about the CTC and alternative sentencing options that save taxpayers money by reducing the jail population and the money that we spend on housing inmates. They give participants the opportunity to repay the community for their crime while also working, attending classes, participating in rehab programs, and providing financial support to their families. Our alternative sentencing team has restructured all of the programs and fees to encourage everyone who qualifies to serve their time out of custody. These changes came in response to feedback from our judges, along with data gathered about possible barriers to participation. We are seeing more court orders now that include alternative sentencing options. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, we were starting to see our numbers of participants in our alternative sentencing programs increase. To best manage the expected growth in those programs, we need to add a full-time reentry specialist to the CTC. This person will complete risks and needs assessments and help participants create a specific plan for successfully transitioning into daily life outside of our jail. The reentry specialist will facilitate workforce readiness, interactive journaling, GED classes, and budgeting courses. They will also provide individuals in the center with case management services, connecting them with the resources for housing, addiction care, transportation, and family support to ensure successful reentry. I know all of those are very important to you as commissioners. Our goal for the CTC and this position is to help former inmates find meaningful employment and empower individuals leaving incarceration with the skills and resources needed to be successful. A true jail-to-community transition. Prior to setting up the CTC, this facility was home to our work release center and staffed by detention deputies who worked 12-hour shifts to provide around-the-clock coverage. The work release center was not being used up to its potential over the last few years. We have 108 beds in the center. And for our 3-year daily average, we only had 46 people in there on average. More than half of our beds were not being used at a time when our regular jail population, as you know, was skyrocketing. So we created the CTC program to maximize the potential of the program and the building. It will have more people inside of it, doing more programs, all to help them find meaningful employment and safely reintegrate them into society. The CTC is an out-of-custody facility, so there will be people coming and going from this facility all day long and night. That requires more deputy support, with more specialized peace officer training than the work release center originally had. The CTC deputies are going to have to monitor all of the movement and help keep people assigned to the center accountable for their actions while maintaining public safety. We are requesting to add 1 additional deputy to help us meet those increased needs and ensure the safety and success of the people participating in the program. The Ada County Jail has offered in-custody education programs now for more than 20 years. These classes prepare inmates to live successfully outside of the jail. As we continue to expand these services and stretch our existing staff, we have identified the need for an additional jail educational professional. In the past year, we've seen a 21% increase in inmates ordered by a judge to complete in-custody education, and a 45.4% increase in the number of inmates authorized to be released upon completion. Most of these classes must be completed by an inmate before being eligible to move into the CTC. In the past year, the average time an inmate waits to begin his or her program has also increased by 28%. This is due in large to the number of staff we have available to facilitate those classes. The addition of a jail education professional will reduce that waiting period, allowing inmates to move through our criminal justice system more quickly, decrease the cost of our jail stay, and lessen the impact on our bed capacity. This has been one of our primary focuses over the last few years, as we have committed to smart management of our jail population, making sure that the right people are in jail for the right reasons, with all of our other defendants safely managed out of our custody. We've seen a significant increase in the calls for service on the east side of Ada County over the last few years. Our patrol deputies are split between North and South Ada County. Current workload and call volumes across our jurisdiction keep us from being able to dedicate patrol deputies to work in the east. Our response times to calls up Highway 21, Lucky Peak, Arrow Rock, Roby Creek, Orchard Access, and even out to our stage stop has significantly increased, with the average response time taking just over 17 minutes. To give you some perspective, a Code 3 response, or lights and sirens emergency call for service, to the north or south take just about 6.5 minutes. But a Code 3 response to a call in the east portion of our county takes about 9 minutes and 40 seconds. This led us to reach out to Dr. Herrig and ask her to evaluate staffing needs needed to deliver adequate staffing and traffic services across our growing county. Dr. Herrig, as you know, is the Strategic Development Analyst for the Board of Ada County Commissioners. She's an expert in staffing, overtime, and workload analysis, which is why we turned to her for assessment of our minimum staffing required to meet the needs of Ada County. At this time, I would like to have Dr. Herrig present her findings to the board. Dr. Herrig?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Sheriff.
Is that glued to your ear?
It's caught on my earring there. Okay, there we go. I can't wear it in the glasses, though. You can't, like, fogs
Take
up.
everything off, it all falls
Yeah,
off, right?
yeah. So, Madam Chair, hang on one moment. Commissioners, today I would like to present to you the police allocation model that I worked on as a staffing study for the sheriff, or affectionately known as Pam to those who know her and love her. It is a mathematical model that helps determine the total number of staff required to deliver patrol and traffic services. And it uses over 20 inputs of data and performance metrics covering workload, performance objectives, personnel policies, and roadway characteristics. It was developed in the late 80s, early 90s by Northwest University, based on 12 different community policing organizations throughout the US, one of which was Boise Police. And there were quite a few others in the West, a few in the Midwest, a couple down south, and only one from the East. So the policing model that they based this on is very consistent with the community policing model that the Treasure Valley uses. So this is a time-based calculation. This is sort of the final mathematical calculation it uses. There are a bunch of data and calculations that go on behind this. And essentially what it's doing is it is calculating how much time is required to respond to crashes and citizen calls for service, so the reactive work of police officers. Uncommitted patrol, this is time that they have free to drive around. It helps support visibility in neighborhoods and also provides availability to be able to respond immediately to an emergency call. How much time they need to cover their administrative duties. In this case, this does not include report writing. Report writing is included as part of the actual call for service. So these types of administrative duties would be things that you could schedule at a different time. You don't have to handle them right now. Something like a VIN inspection or serving papers. And then finally, a performance goal for how much time you would like your officers to spend on officer-initiated and community policing contacts such as traffic stops, security checks, meeting with local business owners, something like that. So these are the 4 different areas that this model takes into account. So as I previously said, it has over 20 inputs, which makes it sort of middle of the range for staffing models, from the super simple of officers per 1,000 to the uber complex ones that you can pay a lot of money for. The PAM sort of falls right in the solid center. So to collect these different information, I worked with Police Command, the data analytics group. We also worked with downtown Ada County GIS and the IT to get the data we needed to calculate the model. Just to show you an example, I realize the tables are a little boring, but I do want to show you what is included in the model. Any of these items can be kind of tweaked or played with to see how that would impact staffing levels. So one of the items for time, of course, is shift length. We use the current schedule of 10.75 hours. Average work week, we also use the current schedule of 37.63. And I'll just take a moment to say that this is for time when officers are scheduled to be on duty. So they also have a block training day, but they're not scheduled to be on duty that day. They're scheduled to be at training, but not in the field. So that's been eliminated from all of the model because it just cancels itself out. So average paid time off per person, this was calculated with a net annual work hours analysis on the deputies and sergeants from fiscal year 16 through 19, so this is all real data. The average on-duty training time per year, this is an estimate. Again, it excludes the block training, so this is an estimate for briefings of 1 hour per week and then another 24 hours to do some of the internet classes like to stay certified with ILITs. And then the number of deputies per sergeant. This is a policy choice, and Police Command selected their current span of control. And then the percent of time sergeants would spend on field work. So the percent of time that they would spend actually taking calls versus supervision. The Ada County Police Services has a fairly young team. They have a lot of new employees in the field, and so the Police Command felt that a 75% focus on supervision and coaching would be a very good command choice. All right, that's our operations data. I want to just take a quick sideline to show you the net annual work hours because I always think it's sort of fascinating. So this is determined from the schedule of the 10.75 hours per day over the year so that deputies are scheduled to work 1,956 hours if they worked every single hour they were scheduled. Now, if we look at their time off per category, and this is for actual deputies and sergeants during this 3-year time period, this is an average hours off per year per officer. And so you can see they have about 400 hours that they're not working when they are scheduled to be on duty. 140 of that is for vacation. Training is at 76 that I showed you in the previous slide. This is, again, eliminates block training. 62 for holidays, 32 for comp time, 29 sick leave, 26 FMLA, and 12 everything else. Workload data. This is based on CAD data from January 2017 to October 2019. So it includes 34 months, not just 1 year. The total incidents for crashes and citizen calls for service are about 10,000 per year, about 27,000 here. The average time on call is also calculated from the actual CAD data. For low priority calls, it's based on the time on scene. For high priority calls, it's time on scene plus the response time, because generally when there's a high priority call, they will immediately leave to attend the call. The percent with the report, the model does include the report as part of the call. We do not currently capture that type of time data, so this is an estimate based on Police Command. So in general, reports are expected on average to be 60 minutes. Some of them will take 20, some of them will take 3 hours, depending on the number of individuals and items involved. And so the percent with the report is a way for us to get that additional time commitment for reactive calls for service. So you can see that total time on calls is the CAD plus the estimate, 5,000 for crashes, 17,000 for citizen calls for service, or about 8,000 per year. This is just for North and South Ada County unincorporated. The contract cities work with the sheriff and command to develop a staffing model in different ways. So that's the total time on calls. Then we have the priority 2 and higher. This is included in the model because if it's a priority 2 call, the model assumes at least 1 deputy has to be there the entire time. If there are 2 deputies there, they assume that 1 may leave and attend another call if an emergency arises. Also with the workload data, there's a performance metric that is supported in the model for the amount of proactive time. The police command selected the International Association of Chiefs of Police recommendation for the 2020. This says that for every hour of a deputy's time, 20 minutes of it will be on crashes and citizen calls for service. 20 minutes of it will be dedicated to administrative work, leaving 20 minutes for proactive and community-oriented policing. This is very consistent for the Valley. Almost all of the police agencies in this Valley aim for this 2020 model.
Amy, is that the same, would you say the same model for urban versus rural?
I would say for this part, it's pretty consistent, urban versus rural for a community-oriented policing agency. There are some places in this model coming up next where you do adjust your performance metrics to match rural versus urban. Right here, actually, in this roadway data. So the roadway data included in the model is the amount of miles, the average patrol speed if you're not responding to a call, and then the frequency that you would like officers to be visible or available to respond to a call during this time. This data is all provided by the Ada County GIS, is based on unincorporated Ada County roads and Ada County Sheriff's Office deputies' actual speeds as they drove their jurisdiction, which is super exciting that we can have that data. Anyone who's a data nerd would love that. Okay, so there's almost 300 arterial roads. These are your big, highways and your big routes. And on average, their patrol speed is 36 miles per hour. So this is your 45 to 55 mile an hour roads. And the general patrol speed that you can get driving around is about 36. Collectors are neighborhood kind of collector streets, a little bigger, 122 of them, 26 miles per hour. And then in your local roads, there's 850, you can get about 15 miles per hour. So this frequency is where you can really see the difference between urban and rural policing. In urban areas, for these arterials, you want probably a higher presence of police. And most of the other agencies in this area chose a once per hour patrol frequency for these major roads. And this is just having 1 deputy cruise around those roads once per hour every day. You can have 10 deputies on schedule, you only need 1 to pass a fixed point at any time. For the rural communities, the police command chose 6 times per day or passing every 4 hours. Collectors twice per day.
Amy, I'm going to pause you for a second.
Yeah, if we could, I guess I want to kind of dive into that a little bit. So as the 12 communities who are a part of this initial component, were they all municipalities or were there unincorporated? And I guess I want to compare apples to apples. And I don't see municipal city policing as the same beast as unincorporated, certainly the, tactics, et cetera, but in terms of response time, I guess I'm coming back to some of our land use hearings and some very specific comments that we have had and made about what people should expect for policing in those communities.
Well, and Amy, I'm going to just add on to that question too, just for clarification. Do you know what the population breakdown is between the cities that we have contracts with, population versus unincorporated Ada County? 'Cause I think we have-
I do, but not off the top of my head. I would have to
It'd be
go
good,
look into
Sheriff, if
that.
you get that information, that would be good.
So this is a municipal model. It was developed for municipalities. The people who created this also created a sheriff's office, more rural model, but that one has not been well developed and it is really not used by anyone. This particular version of the PAM has been tested, is used nationwide, and they have, since its initiation, added numerous additional factors to the model to help incorporate some of the smaller policing organizations. There is items in there where you can have non-24/7 coverage, so that is generally limited to smaller agencies. So they've added that in. The road and how much you would patrol is certainly going to be different whether you're in a rural area versus urban. Any of your performance metrics could be adjusted. The roadway data, you can see here versus an urban area would have a lot more arterials perhaps than collectors and local roads. So even though it was not initially developed to be used beyond municipalities, it has since been developed to be able to capture a lot of the other types of policing items that rural areas have.
Are there other counties who are similarly using it for their unincorporated areas?
I do not know. One of the things with the PAM is that it is free and anyone can use it, and not very many people necessarily report that they're using the PAM to support their police staffing. So
again, for me, what would be really important for me to know is because the sheriff is providing patrol for these cities as well, which is in my mind a lot more of the urban versus rural. And so if we have an idea of what that mix looks like, that's going to be really helpful for me to determine because it's not going to be the same need out in the farmland as it is like downtown Eagle and Meridian and whatnot.
And I would also mention that the PAM does not look at response times as part of its calculation. It looks at availability, and if you have an officer available to respond to an emergency call, it doesn't say anything.
No response times? Wow.
No, it's availability. It's because the PAM also doesn't look at deployment or areas or any of that. That is all back to police command to determine where these police officers need to be deployed, where they would best be able to respond most quickly to the different hours, to the different events. That's one of the reasons. I mean, it sounds like they would really like to deploy an officer or deputy or two in East County, which is part of the north-south gigantic beast. But yeah, that is not incorporated in this model.
But it is included in our position detail as a metric.
What are you looking at?
In the positions that are requested, we're noting an average response time for these calls, all types of calls, is 17 minutes, 22 seconds.
Okay. Is that in the justification?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, so if you are under minimum staffing to handle patrol and traffic services, you will not have deputies to be able to respond in your jurisdiction when an emergency call comes up. I believe the sheriff also mentioned that right now, it's usually other police agencies that are responding to this area, not our own. So even though the response times are not included in this model, the current state of affairs certainly suggests that we do not have deputies available to respond to the calls when they come up, which would lead to the longer response times.
Sheriff, do you have, as a performance objective, just in your own model, not the PAM model, what your current response times are, let's say in unincorporated, and then the cities, and then what's your goal? What are you trying to accomplish adding more patrol officers so we can have that metric?
Yeah, absolutely. Those are in our measures that matter. Our premium time that we're asking unincorporated Ada County to respond is within 7 minutes.
7, okay.
And our city jurisdictions, our contracts talking about the number of our calls. And then just to Commissioner Lacciando's point, we did take into account our rural settings where we would typically set that milestone for 1 visit per hour. We set that out to 4 per every 4 hours or every 6 hours because we know that is a rural setting. And so we took all of that into account when our PSB command were looking at that. We recognize the difference between downtown Boise, number of officers at 6th and Main, and the stage stop. However, our goal was to increase our response time to get there in under 9 minutes, under 7 minutes, and that's really what we looked at. So we have all of that data, our response times, and over the years we have also collected our number of officers per 1,000. That's always been our standard across the nation, not only in this area. Some of our areas hit it, some of them don't.
So to follow up with that, if the current is 7 minutes in unincorporated and 5 in the city, is adding the 4 patrol officers going to just maintain that, or is your goal even a quicker response time?
Yeah. Ultimately, our goal would be to meet that measure. By adding staff out there, it allows us to do just like we do in other areas of our county, share resources. If one of our officers leaves on a call for service, we can push another officer out there and decrease those wait times. But right now, we don't have that officer to push in the first place.
And so am I to understand then in the Sheriff's Association that there's no metrics for citizens' call time, like ideal metrics like there is for EMS, for example?
I would rely on the good doctor for that.
I'm just wondering where we're getting, our numbers and our performance objectives.
So, and maybe this is, excuse me, Madam Chair, so we're kind of putting you on the spot, but maybe this is sort of a circle back when we get to deliberations, but we're just looking at East County. It would be helpful for me to understand kind of the county more holistically in terms of where you're at in South County. I know that's a big area of calls. You've got all of our planned community areas. And I guess I just want to be super transparent with my interest and concern, which is that, we have sort of 2 different scenarios, right? We have South County, which I lovingly call no man's land, 30 years of approved development in that area without a plan for annexation that essentially means people who live in cities are subsidizing urban level services in unincorporated Ada, and we've had very pointed conversations about that. And then in contrast, we have North County, which was very deliberate in prior boards approving planned communities that similarly do not pay city taxes but receive services. And I think one of the things that this board has tried to do, at least with some of our more recent approvals, was make sure that realtors are being required to disclose I'm going to take this dang thing off.
I was going to say, you're not within 6 feet of anyone.
Yeah, realtors are required to disclose to potential buyers, what those response times potentially look like. And, Clerk McGrain and I have had this phone call or had this discussion multiple times, not necessarily for sheriff's services, but I get a call at least once a week about fire service in Hidden Springs, because it's my district. And I just think there's an ongoing sort of education, but also policy piece that this board needs to grapple with in terms of what's the appropriate level of service for people in unincorporated Ada County, knowing that we have city residents who are essentially subsidizing that service. So I want to be real transparent with where my head's at, and maybe we can come to grips with all of that.
Sure.
Well, yeah, earlier we did talk about that. We have those numbers available. We know what our South County response times are for non-emergency code 3 calls. That's exactly what we're providing to you. Here's what North County is now. Here's what South County is. Here's where we would want to be with East County. In order to deliver that level of service, it would take us these 4 deputies. And again, we feel the same way in all of our presentations. Our job is to present exactly what the numbers show, what the need is, and we fully understand that our county commissioners are the ones that decide on what level of service that looks like and at what cost.
And if I may add, I don't know if you've seen the report, but on page 5, it does break out the calls for service, all of the CAD data that was used to show it into the model. And you can see like South Unincorporated has, twice as many citizen calls for service as Eagle and CUNA and Star. So you can see how the different workload plays out. So, so choosing your level of service with your response times, what's acceptable, and how often you want officers to be visible and available in the system. So with the inputs that are in this model, if you do not have the full number of officers, what happens is that you are limited in one of the areas that it's calculating, probably ability to get to an emergency call very quickly. So that's the total of all the data that's collected, and then it builds into the time calculation, and it's not really a little black box, but it feels a little like a magic black box when you put in the data and then you get out your number. So we put in all of that data for North and South, and the recommendation from the PAM model based on real data and performance metrics selected specifically for the unincorporated area is 54 total. 8 sergeants and 46 deputies. The sheriff's office currently has 8 sergeants and 42 deputies assigned to North and South. So this would be an additional 4 deputies dedicated to patrol and traffic services in these areas. That is all I have. If you guys have additional questions, I'd be happy to take them, or I'd be
Yes,
happy to
I
pass
do.
it back to.
I have a question,
Sure.
Amy, before you leave.
Yes.
So I'm just really curious, if you look at the numbers, I'm looking at the South, and they're quite a bit higher all the way through. Crash, number of incidences, citizen calls are higher than anywhere else. And then the officer, is it call for response time, call for response? Is that what that is, CFS?
That is a citizen call for service.
The officer, citizen call for service?
As an
is-
officer call for service, is essentially the
An officer calling for another
officer-initiated
officer. Right.
proactive contact.
So that's where I'm curious, right there, and then go over then, instead of to the south, which I've been looking at, which are high, that all of a sudden at Eagle really spikes compared to everything else that's going on in Eagle. Is there any explanation for that? I mean, it's really high.
That is a cultural thing that I'm going to turn over to the sheriff. On whether.
Did you notice that anomaly? Did you notice that spike? When you did the analysis and ask about it?
Yes, no, I actually also used to live in Eagle, and I know if I may take a little break, that break from the sheriff, is that there is a high focus and priority on officer-initiated activities in Eagle, is requested by those citizens, is requested by the mayor and the council. And so that has always been a particular performance goal that is very high on their selection when they are choosing their level of service they would like for their community.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll turn that over to you to
Sheriff?
add to that or not.
Well, Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you for listening through that. It's, I know there may be some additional questions, but I first want to say thank you to Dr. Herrick. I know she spent a lot of time with our patrol command going over exactly that level of expectation and service. As somebody who has served as the police chief for the city of Eagle, I'm quite familiar with the level of expectation and self-initiated traffic and calls that they demand out of their officers, and so that is exactly what that is every month the City of Eagle Police Chief reports out to the City Council on all of that traffic and important things that fall on the City Council. So
if I could ask for one thing, Amy, page 5 is really really good information, really good data, but I think I could understand it a little bit more in terms of decision-making process. If you could put the population amounts with North Unincorporated, South Unincorporated, and then the 3 cities, if you could add the populations, if that's possible, that would really help me. Thank you.
Yeah, our data team has already started to pull that information for you, and so we will have that for our next conversation. We'll actually email it to you so that we can be ready for a conversation.
And Madam Chair, if I may, I'd just like to clarify my comments. I think, you have a role and a statutory obligation to meet all these services for our county. The part that I'm sort of grappling with is that we've all been sort of stuck with decisions from the past, right, that are trying to understand what is that appropriate level of service in areas of the county that are they're essentially urban, right? They look urban, they feel urban, but they're not taxed urban. And as a policymaker, trying to figure out what is appropriate for that, and truly, what do those residents need and deserve, coupled with what's appropriate in terms of what would we be putting on the back of other Ada County residents from a taxation perspective. So I don't necessarily have that answer. I just want to be really transparent with you all that that's what's rolling through my mind as I grapple with this. But it's certainly I don't want to use the word fault. It's just the reality of what we're all dealing with, and not a judgment on the great work that your office does.
And Madam Chair, Commissioner Lachiondo, none taken in any of that. I think it comes back to exactly how we started this presentation. We want to share with you the great work that is happening each and every day. We feel very strongly, I do, that no matter where you live, we want to be able to provide the highest level of service at that lowest cost of tax dollars, and somewhere in the middle between our delivery of what we feel is expected of us with your obligation to balance a budget and make those tough decisions is the right answer. And we're happy to be at the table with you working that out.
Great.
So we're working our way through it. I know a few questions has delayed us, but I will go as quickly as I can to keep us all on schedule so Kathleen
Do you
doesn't-
expect us not
Well,
to ask questions?
No,
during your
no,
presentation?
fully expected. Next, I want to talk a little bit about our court transport deputies. Our transport deputies are responsible for coordinating the movement of all of our inmates to our court appearances, our medical and mental health appointments, interstate transports, and even our nationwide extraditions. Safety and security is critical and expected of you, of us, on every transport. But the volume of transports makes that a big challenge. There are times that we've had so many inmates needing to be transported that following Idaho jail standards and industry best practices for separating and distancing has been a challenge. Building capacity and vehicle size limit the number of inmates that we can transport in a single trip. Just for some numbers, in 2019, our transport deputies spent over 52,000 hours and traveled over 191,000 miles transporting Ada County inmates. We need more deputies available to make the additional trips that are required for safe and secure movement of our inmates. In the last year, new judges have been added to our courthouse, new courtrooms opened in Ada County. The schedule for hearings and court appearances has been expanded, and those adjustments create a ripple effect for us here at the Sheriff's Office because of our responsibility to transport inmates to and from the courthouse. Ada County has increased the use of video for court hearings, which I'm very thankful for our IT department for making that happen, which has actively supported everything that we're doing. While video hearings reduce the number of transports, they still require staff to facilitate the hearings, coordinate the inmate movements in our jail and our prisons, and monitor the safety of inmates and staff during the proceedings. So basically, more judges, more hearings, more cases equals more transport deputies in more places. We are requesting 2 more transport deputies to help alleviate these challenges. Our Jail Health Services Unit,
Yes, go ahead.
May I ask
Madam.
questions? Excuse me. Thank you, sir. So I know that this answer probably isn't really clear to any of us at this point, but one of the things we continue to talk about, whether it's jail capacity or court or what have you, is what are our lessons learned from COVID and what can we maintain? And I don't know that answer as it relates to court and, what level of court hearings are still going to be able to be held virtually. I've had some one-off conversations with Judge Moody, some one-off conversations with Tony, our Chief Public Defender. I think there's a level of comfort there for certain types of hearings could continue to be held virtually, and that would save us not only time, but I think it would also be more, I know a lot of your inmates appreciate not having to come down here and get shackled and everything else. So as we think about budget requests, it's not a perfect world in terms of these things putting up together. But what are you envisioning as we roll back into COVID or out of COVID in what you're not back? Well, we'll see.
Not back.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll put my mask back on. What are you envisioning? What are you hearing in terms of what your needs will be in this area for transport?
And then just in addition to that, I know that you had Steve from IT out there repurposing one of the pods, or maybe an old pod, into a video conferencing space. Is that permanent, temporary? You plan on expanding that?
And Madam Chair, Commissioners, thanks for the question. This has been a discussion that we've been a part of all the way through this, and we have a great team that meets on it on a regular basis, not only internally, but with this overall reaching criminal justice team. Our statement has been the same from day one by us, moving to more of our video hearings in courts. It has allowed us to be a safer sheriff's office. It reduces taking our high-risk inmates out of our facility onto a bus, onto a roadway. Anytime you have inmate movement, it creates risk. And so as a risk manager, that is of great concern to me. As we talked about a little bit is, yes, it's allowing us to reduce the risk by reducing inmates. We've repurposed one of our areas in our jail to facilitate a lot of these video hearings. But what that has just done, if you just think about it in a drawing, a transport deputy 3 months ago would go to a cell, take that inmate out of a cell, put them on a bus, in a van, in a car, drive them to the courthouse, and make sure that they and the community are safe while all of that happens. Now fast forward today. That transport deputy still goes to the cell, gets the inmate, takes them to one of our viewing areas, stands by while our public defender and treatment providers are there to ensure that everybody is safe, reduce that risk. The need for the body continues. It just happens to be inside the facility versus outside. So our request for the addition is because our hearings and our judges are staying in court longer and having more hearings, and we don't know. Again, this would be the exact same conversation that we just had. We're willing to stay at the table and figure out what the right solution is. However, in Ada County, our population is booming. Our court hearings are increasing. The number of people that are being arrested and or seen through our prosecutor numbers, I'm sure you'll hear through Prosecutor Bennett's, that all of those things continue to go up and up and up. And so this increase in staffing allows us to stay current and stay with the number of hearings, not necessarily the improvements that have been made. However, we strongly recommend that some of the video technology that has been implemented and put into place, and we say dollars well spent, not only for staff security, inmate security, and community security.
Okay.
Does that answer your questions, commissioners?
It does.
Okay. Let's talk about our awesome jail medical services. They do an incredible job. I know Miss Kate is in the audience today, who represents a lot of her staff in how we care for the men and women in our custody. They work hard to ensure that our inmates have the necessary medical and mental health care. The rising costs of medical care and medications is something most of us have experienced, whether it's the sheriff's office or personally, and our jail is not immune. Fluctuating prescription costs, along with the increase in those in our custody needing medication, forces us to increase our budget for medication spending. Even with the coronavirus dropping our population, the projections for this next year put us around $75,000 over our current budget. This requested funding increase will allow us to continue to care for our inmates and our patients and meet their needs. We have
Can I pause you real quick? This is just for kudos. During this, I hate saying the term unprecedented. It's whatever it is, though. I just want to say thank you, and I'm so grateful for the foresight of prior boards, and certainly your office and your health services team for all the investments that we've made in jail medical. Not without some controversy in years past, but wow, are we grateful, because I feel supremely confident in the way that this crisis is being handled in a, what is by definition a congregate setting, and it has to be. So kudos to your team, and we're really lucky to have done that, certainly not knowing what we were heading in for with this pandemic.
Yeah, we appreciate those words, Commissioner Lacciando. Our jail team has been outstanding. Today, I stand in front of you with words that probably most sheriffs across our nation can say. And today, we are still 0 positive cases inside of our facility, and we have implemented a lot of strategies and SOPs over the last couple of months with the assistance of a lot of people. But that's something that we're very proud of, and we would not have been able to do that without the assistance of our past and current commissioners, so thank you. Let's talk capital investment programs, and we're getting near the end here. We spent many hours over the last year talking about how our capital investment improvements are necessary to meet our ever-growing population and public safety needs in Ada County. Earlier, I talked about the perimeter fence project that was a result of our security assessment performed at our Barrister campus. This request for additional cameras ties directly into our assessment as well. Our security control operators monitor activity in and around our jail every minute of every day. Unfortunately, some of the cameras we rely on for security don't give us adequate visibility. Without the proper monitoring equipment, we're putting not only our staff, but our facility at risk. Last year, I challenged our staff to take a hard look at our blind spots on our campus. They found 11 additional cameras are needed for additional monitoring and protection of our campus. In addition to adding the 11 cameras to our Barrister campus, we are also needing to complete our perimeter fence. As Commissioner Malloy and I were talking earlier, we were able to complete 558 linear feet of fencing with our state homeland grant, but need the additional funds to replace the last 700 feet of razor wire and fencing. These projects are crucial to the safety and security of our campus, and not only all of our staff, but those that visit us there. We have an incredible crime lab that can handle almost all of our evidence processing requested that they receive. However, DNA testing is not one of those. Watching your favorite crime show would lead you to believe that DNA testing takes a matter of minutes, but we all know that's not real life. We have to rely on the state police or a private lab to analyze our DNA evidence. The state police lab is backlogged with DNA testing, and the turnaround times don't provide us with investigative leads in a timely manner. According to the current Idaho State Police data, DNA testing takes between 169 to 833 days, almost 2.5 years. Adding DNA testing equipment to our accredited lab would speed up the turnaround time and give our deputies and detectives the investigative leads needed. Just like driver's license, our goal is a 30-day turnaround time or less in our in-lab services. We did talk about that level of service. It would allow us to solve crimes faster, making Ada County a little bit safer. Our proposal is a 3-year phased approach. The first year would remodel our existing space, purchase the necessary lab equipment, and a computer system. The second year request will include funding to purchase DNA instrumentation, software, and service contracts. And the final request will be for the staffing, similar to what we did with driver's license. At this time, we'll move into extraordinary operating expenses. In March of 2019, our jail management software, or JMS vendor, Central Square, informed us that they will no longer be making improvements to the Informed Jail 5 system and have instead moved to a new upgraded software. This is a system that we use to manage all of our jail data, so it's critical to our daily operations. After a full evaluation, our business systems team determined Central Square's new software, called Enterprise Jail, is our best option. It will allow for better access to jail information by our stakeholders and outside criminal justice partners. It will integrate with alternative sentencing management programs in the future, which will eliminate the need for us to have a separate system, ultimately saving us money. Enterprise Jail will also give us the ability to better integrate with our court system, saving employee hours spent on manual data entry. Moving from manual to automated entry will reduce our chances for errors. The mobile data terminals, or we call them MDTs, used in our patrol vehicles is an essential piece of our equipment. Without them, our response times would be slower and our deputies potentially put at risk by having to rely on information going back and forth between patrol and our dispatch center. With an MDT, a deputy can run records checks and access all information about a person without ever going through dispatch. Not tying up emergency airspace for routine checks increases safety and reduces risk. Our current MDTs were purchased in 2013 and are no longer supported. Due to changes with the manufacturer, we were forced to look at a different type of MDT. We started an extensive search to determine the best replacement and eventually narrowed the selection to 2. Field testing started in July of 2019 and was finished in February. We took into consideration the opinions of our deputies, our vehicle shop who installs them, and as well as our IT and business systems team who handle all of the programming and maintenance. We even hosted 8 days of demonstrations and testing and invited all of our law enforcement partners, fire and EMS to try out the various options. We gathered the feedback from our partners, our warranty and customer service agreements, and addressed functionality in our vehicles. The selection team did an incredible job making sure that every item was checked for the right unit to be chosen. We had funding in our current budget to replace a portion of our MDTs and are requesting the additional funds to complete a fleet-wide replacement. One of the many services that we provide in our jail to our inmates is the screening and delivery of our mail. All the mail entering our facility is searched for contraband and scanned for security issues. With the body scanner in place, inmates are finding other ways, like the mail, to sneak drugs into our jail. Although visual inspection of the mail, looking for red flags and clues, does work, it's not fail-proof and it's very time-consuming. A mail scanner can detect even the most carefully concealed illegal and illicit controlled substances, such as methamphetamine, heroin, PCP, cocaine, that are just not visible to the naked eye. The mail scanner is one more tool to help us keep drugs out of our jail. This reduces the risk of overdoses and decreases the costs associated with medical costs. I would invite Director O'Mara, if he's in the back, to start his way this way. At this time, we want to give you a look at our second account that we manage for the Sheriff's Office, the Emergency Communications Fund. In 1988, the legislature passed the Emergency Communications Act, recognizing it was in the best interests of the people of the state of Idaho to provide and maintain a consolidated emergency communication system. They also were acutely aware that the system would need a stable source of funding. The emergency communications fee, the $1 each of us pays on every phone line, cell phone and/or landline, is used solely to maintain the emergency communication system that we all rely on. I would ask Director O'Mara to join me at this time and give you an overview of that fund.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Sheriff. Here, Christopher. I apologize, sir. All right.
My bad, not his.
There we go. Hello again. Good day. Good afternoon. Chair Kenyon and Commissioner Latiano Malloy. Thank you for your time once again today. I have just a couple of points to make regarding the budget being presented to you from 911 Technical Operations, Division of the Emergency Communications Bureau at the Ada County Sheriff's Office. This budget and supporting work are empowered by a specialized tax fund, as Sheriff Bartlett referenced, away from the general fund, namely Title 31, Chapter 48, Section 4 of Idaho statute. As the sheriff mentioned, this law allows counties to collect $1 per month per phone line and then use those funds specifically to ensure the delivery of 911 calls from the citizen out to first responders. Our Civil PA division ensures that any money collected by this fund is spent in accordance with the intent of that law. Our ACSO finance team and the clerk auditor recorder's office also ensure that this money is spent and accounted for appropriately. I should pause and tell you that all of the requests here have been discussed at some point with the Emergency Communications Planning Committee, a committee which I currently chair at your request, and have had unanimous agreements from that group of police, fire, and EMS chiefs or delegates that all of these new budget items are necessary for Ada County and the public safety citizens that we and our city partners deliver. You will notice some significantly large projects being presented, specifically as related to the Ada County radio network. This is a critical piece of infrastructure which, while very large in expense, is shared among all first responding agencies within the Ada County and even with our partners across the state of Idaho for the purposes of public safety, interoperability, and response to 911 calls for service. This request is for a new radio transmitter site in the Avamore area. As you know, Ada County's growth has been exceptional, and a new construction in this area has been happening for some time. More plans to grow into the area are still being presented. Both due to its location in Ada County and the physical makeup of the surrounding landscape, our public safety land mobile radio coverage is very poor in Avamore, rendering our first responders' radios near useless at times. As our fire, medical, and law enforcement officers in the field can tell you, there are many areas where the radios simply will not work at all. Not having any communications is a very dangerous situation for any first responder, and certainly our citizens expect their calls for service to be timely and not delayed due to dispatch being unable to reach a responder because their radios went out of coverage. The only way to fix this lack of coverage is to build a dedicated radio site in the area. The cost for the Motorola equipment and tower are close to $700,000, while an additional $600,000 in construction costs. Ready for the slide. This project creates a significant drain on the balance of the fund. But this is how it goes with a fund like this. We plan for these expensive multi-year projects in advance and allow the fund balance to grow. We work with the county auditor to maintain a minimum balance while forecasting spend, as we cannot spend this fund to zero. This budget before you lies within the tolerance that the auditor has requested, and I ask that you remember that without the Title 31 fund, these projects would have to be paid with property taxes from the general fund. Please consider this request. Thank you. And without any questions, I will turn your attention back over to our sheriff.
Thank you. Questions?
Nope.
I have a quick question for you. So you mentioned Avamore. I am assuming it also impacts the Hidden Springs and Dry Creek folks as well, that area? Or is it just Avamore?
It's mostly the Avamore area. We have Hidden Springs fairly handled. There's a lot of hills, and it's basically dirt and distance from our network. Avamore is sort of out like an island at this point.
And do we know what the existing population is right now in Avamore, Upland community?
I do not.
We can get that. I'd like to know that number. I'm looking at 1.3 million that we're needing to spend out there just for emergency communications at Avamore. And I'd like to know how many citizens that's providing service for.
Sounds great. Can do.
Madam Chair, on the last slide you had, was the revenues, was that the money received? I'm sorry, the one prior to that. Were the revenues the monies received from this cell phone billing last year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so 6,797,000 and so on.
Correct.
Okay.
That's the annual,
That's at $1.
$1 per
That's
line.
$1.
That's how many people in this area are paying that? Okay, I just,
Correct.
that'll
For
tell me how fast, if we take this money, how fast that amount of money will come in, and will be at least that much next year.
Yes.
And I know there was some conversation about how to capture folks, especially since we have unprecedented growth, and people are not now needing to change phone numbers. And so how do we capture those out-of-state area codes for people living here and collect that dollar? If there's something in the works on that.
I know it's been discussed. The idea would be, right now, the way the dollars are determined, that tax is based on where the phone number was issued from. So the landline provider, in this case, it's CenturyLink in our area, provides phone numbers to wireless companies to sell phone lines. Sell them it's obviously a 208 area code, it's the only area code we have in the state, plus some prefix gets issued to a wireless carrier and they give it to whoever. What I think the taxing needs to go is, instead of going based on where the phone line was born, because people move around, they jump from company to company, or they move across the United States, it should be based on perhaps where the bill is sent, instead of where that phone number came from. Because if you move here from Los Angeles and you keep your Los Angeles number, you're effectively paying, by Idaho rules, whatever LA tells you have to do. So we should change it, I think, to what if you're receiving it in Boise or you're receiving it in Power County, then you should pay the taxes there. That's going to have to be a state change, as I understand. And I believe the State 911 Board has discussed it a little bit, but I'm not sure how far that's going.
How they would track it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, this is the venue for that, but thanks for bringing that to
Sure.
our attention, and we can certainly help spur those conversations.
To your question about houses, as of September, there were 500 homes completed in Avamore, so it's about 2,600 a house.
Yeah, 2,600 a house, yeah. It's coming out of the fund, so not general fund.
Correct.
Out of this. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. It's pretty expensive.
Thank you, Christopher. Madam Chair, Commissioners, I happen to sit on the Emergency Communication Council Committee for the governor, and so we are actively involved in a number of those discussions, whether that's a legislative change or whether that's something that we look at individually per county. I know I sent you some information over the last few weeks, but it is going to be a much bigger conversation for us to solve that problem, not only here in Ada County, but nationally. Everybody's dealing with that same amount. And so, and then lastly, just to Commissioner Malloy's question, that amount coming in per month is roughly, $550,000 or so, give or take, each month. And so that fund does get replenished quite quickly. So, and with that, Madam Chair and Commissioners, the Sheriff's Office, myself would stand for any questions.
All right, Commissioner Malloy.
Yes, Madam Chair, Sheriff Bartlett. I have somebody that wants me to ask a question. I want to phrase it correctly, and I don't want it to sound like an attack. Last year after usually when elected officials request a raise, that's typically a line item in their budget. Last year after your budget was approved, you requested a 6% increase. Again, you can correct me if these facts are wrong, but I wanted to ask about that. And is there a line item request for a raise in this year's budget for you? And if not, is it safe to assume you won't be making that request?
And Madam Chair, Commissioner Malloy, pretty easy answer. This was a discussion that we had as commissioners, and we brought this request in front of all of our commissioners, and I sat down with Commissioner Kenyon, Commissioner Laciano. We talked about this as a way for us to evaluate elected officials' salaries. We did a wage analysis and a study through your HR department. We brought that in front of their manager, and that was all brought in front of the county commissioners, and they discussed that, and that raise was approved. Typically, there is no line item for that raise because it's at the discretion of the commissioners. And we brought that request in front of them as the commissioners allowed anywhere from a 3 to a 6% raise. We discussed that in pretty good detail, and that was the decision that was made.
Thank you. Now, I do have another question. I want to get I didn't want that one to be the last one.
Oh, that's actually an easy one.
Good,
That's
okay.
been a big discussion on behalf of Commissioner Visser for quite some time.
Yeah. Probably no secret where that may have generated from.
Absolutely.
Big surprise if you're
No,
listening.
no surprise, but we
yeah.
stand pretty transparent on
Commissioner Visser, if
everything
you're
that we-
listening, there's your answer.
Yeah, sure.
You mentioned significant savings with Post and you guys being able to do some of those programs and things like that. You don't have to give me exact numbers, but would you say that what you're saving in your being able to do some of these yourself going to come close to equaling what you're going to need to operate a second driver's license location? And you can be very thumbnail if you want. I'm not asking for specific dollar amounts.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Malloy, that's a great question. I can run some numbers for you,
Okay.
just like we're doing. We are seeing significant savings. I think just on the patrol side was around $20,000. And so if you multiply that out, not only are we seeing the savings on the dollars, but we've increased all of our trainings. You used to attend a 10-week patrol academy, and now they attend a 20-week academy. They attended a 4 or 5-week detention academy, and now our academy is 14 weeks. And so those dollars don't necessarily equate to just dollars. They translate to quality of service and the better service that we're able to deliver to our
Where
customers.
some of the costs may have lowered, the quality of training may have expanded a bit.
Absolutely.
Okay.
However, there are significant dollar savings as well.
Okay. And
But
then-
I don't think, Commissioner Malloy, that it would necessarily equal to our driver's license costs.
I just wondered if it was, if you thought at 25%, whatever. I mean, again, thumbnail, but anyway. Okay, and my last question, Madam Chair. Of course. The CTC that you guys operate, is that, and again, coming from Arizona, is that similar to Sheriff Joe Arpaio's old, the tent village, where these are people coming and going, or are they detainee? I mean, they're not inmates with you. They're coming in on the weekends and other times to fulfill a required sentencing timeline?
That is correct, Madam Chair, Commissioner Malloy. Very different. I had the opportunity when I went to school in Phoenix to not only visit Sheriff Arpaio, 14th Street and our tent city. Those were in-custody facilities where inmates that were sentenced by a judge to do their time up to a one-year sentence actually spent time in their pink underwear and ate bologna sandwiches every day. Very different to what we provide with our CTC. This would be out of custody, an option for our judges to say, in lieu of spending county taxpayer dollars, for them to be in a $102.36 a day jail. We can now do that in our Community Transition Center for just a little less than $27.
And are they coming in like on the weekends and then going to work and then coming back and filling the required time in increments?
Yes,
Okay.
some of them are.
Perfect.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
It's a good program. Ma'am, Commissioner Latiando?
Well, I didn't realize how far behind we are, and that's our fault for questions. But I just want to take a moment, since we have the team here, and I assume there may be a few people watching online, who knew, with budget coming up, just the kind of the state of unrest we would have in the country. And I'm just so grateful to all of the work that's been put in since 2015 through Safety and Justice Challenge, to be ahead of the curve. Really, we're crushing the curve over here. We're ahead of the curve over here. We, in your office, in partnership with prosecutors, public defenders, judiciary, to think about reducing racial and ethnic bias in our criminal justice system, the hard work you've all done to take a look at your operations and see how it could be improved, and really that commitment to continuous improvement. So I assume some of my fellow commissioners would stand with me there, but in front of everyone, wanted to give you a big kudos and thanks for being ahead of it, and it means a lot for our citizens.
Yeah, Madam Chair and Commissioners, I too echo what you see behind me are our managers and supervisors and everybody that make our sheriff's office run top-notch day in and day out. Even in the midst of our COVID pandemic, many of them wanted to be here. This budget is not just my presentation, but this represents the dollars needed to perform their duties and take care of the less fortunate and people that rely on us to take care of them when they can't take care of themselves. And that's not something that we take lightly, and I appreciate each and every one of my staff being here today. This is truly a team effort, and we thank you for the opportunity to present our year's budget, and we appreciate your cooperation and partnership that we've been able to enjoy over the years. So thank you.
I haven't asked my questions yet.
That's time.
No, I echo Commissioner Latiando's sentiments. We really appreciate everything that you and your team provides our community. I have a few questions. One of them is just to make sure that you have adequate training in light of what is happening in our nation and in our community. I know that the Boise Police Department offers, I think it's 2 years of sensitivity training, de-escalation training, that sort of development, professional development for their staff. Do we have something that is equal to that training? I don't have your training budget or the delineation of what that training looks like. So if you could speak to that.
Yes, I feel very, Madam Chair, Commissioners, very encouraged to answer that question. We've been ahead of the curve at the Sheriff's Office on a number of our trainings, and much of it came as a result of our Safety and Justice Challenge. It was something that we took on in 2014, 2015, that only 191 law enforcement agencies across our country stepped up and took on the initiative to put their name on the dotted line to say, let's take a hard look at how we're doing policing in today's culture. And out of that, we have implemented a number of trainings that fit that mold. We, Chris Saunders and Andrea Dearden that are here, teach that to each and every one of our agency members. I made it mandatory that every staff member would sit through implicit bias training, that they would take de-escalation classes so that when the time is needed, when that comes, our staff are able to handle that situation in the right way. I'm very confident in our training unit and all of the training that we put our staff in through day in and day out to make sure that we're doing that the right way.
Appreciate that. Then a follow-up question on your crisis intervention team, which you know I'm a big fan of. And I love the outcomes that you shared with us today, and I'm just wondering if we could leverage that team. And if you already are, that would be great to let the public know for our juvenile system. I don't think we have anything that's specific helping Dawn and her team out, but I could see where that would be really, really helpful, because oftentimes the mental health, the mental illness and those issues start really young and they're not really identified, whether it's by the police officers or other folks, but the need to have a social type worker in there that can help, like you talked about, really de-escalate, help the family so they don't end up in juvenile detention. So is that happening on that end, or is there something that we can do to help bridge that and offer that younger generation, the younger kids, that kind of support?
Yeah, it's something that we have, Madam Chair and Commissioners, looked at over the last couple of years. Originally, it started as a patrol function, and since then it's taken on this bigger meaning as an agency-wide, whether that's in our jail. I am, to stand here in front of you, I could ask one of our staff members, but I'm unaware right now if we have ongoing meetings with our juvenile system. I do know that our team continuously reaches out to other agencies and is sought after as an expert in this area. Just last week, the Idaho State Police captain reached out to me to say, can you bring your staff over here and do some instruction and teach us about CIT so that we're better prepared, not only as our state troopers in the field, but as our office staff. A lot of people come to that headquarter building and they reached out directly to us, and we have approved that to do ongoing training for them. And so it's something that we do, but I will specifically reach out and ensure that we're reaching a hand out to our juvenile system.
Thank you. And then finally, on the transition centers, we have the one center, and we're just getting that up and running and trying to get that filled. And I know you've done a lot of work. Cody is here in the room, and he's done a lot of work really getting the judges educated and understanding how it works. And I'm hoping that we end up with quite a few more referrals and folks being able to transition in there a lot sooner. So it's a small facility. Can you remind us how many beds it is, and then what you project over the next year in terms of capacity? And do we need to be looking at how do we create more transition centers? I know the governor on his end, they're looking at really going this direction versus a lot more bricks and mortar jail capacity. And I know you've had conversations with Director T. Wald at IDOC. So I'm just really interested in sort of the longer term vision of transition centers. I know they call them something else now. They've changed their name a few times, but it's the same, basically the same thing. And if there's a potential partnership in the horizon, what that looks like.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, absolutely one of our major priorities is our CTC, as you've heard from us throughout this year. And yes, Cody is here if there's something that I can't answer. But our bed space at the Community Transition Center is 108. And so if you just think about that over the last few years, we range anywhere in the 30, 40. Our average for a 3-year span was 46, giving us much room to grow. And all of that is really dependent upon our relationship with our justice system. Our judges have to be okay and trust the sheriff's office to do the right thing. And that's really what Cody and his team have focused on over the last couple of years, sitting down with our Safety and Justice Committee, sitting down with our Criminal Justice Commission to make sure that if a judge is going to sentence somebody to alternative sentencing, is it really meeting those matrix? And we have adopted those. We put together those risk and need assessments to really be ready for that. As a result of COVID, it really did shut us down. We were seeing an increase in those numbers, but out of respect to our inmates and to the system, we felt it was in our best interest as a county to shut that down and ensure their safety. But we are standing at the ready to kick that off and get rolling. And much of that groundwork has already been done, and so I think we're there. As to the situation with IDOC and Director T-Walt, he and I continue to have conversations about what that right answer is. They too have been shut down in a lot of their areas as a result of the pandemic, but we continue to work on solutions, whether that's a shared facility, shared staffing, some type of cooperative agreement, private-public partnership. We will bring the right answer back to you.
Madam Chair.
Look forward to it. Yeah, Commissioner?
I would note that Commissioner Kenyon actually recently surfaced some documentation that IDOC is planning to use or requesting to use a significant amount of money in the millions of dollars for prison refurbishment capacity, I'm not sure what, out of the CARES Act funding coming from the feds. And I think we should continue to push that conversation as I get my jail report every day and see, we have 250-ish people who are technically their responsibility. So I think we have an opportunity both in private and potentially in public to highlight the use of those funds.
We'll take the money.
And then I have one final last question on the DNA lab. Have you looked at any entity like Boise Police Department, someone who would be willing to share the costs of that with us? Or could we charge fees possibly to recoup some of the funding necessary for that?
Madam Chair, yes to all of that. We've had ongoing conversation about expanding our DNA lab for a number of years. It's one of the initiatives that I gave to our lab team when I took over as sheriff, and they've done a fabulous job transforming that lab and becoming accredited. Our only state lab here outside of the state police that meets that criteria. We have sat down and we're looking at what that would cost if we went to a revenue-based program, and many of our partners are also in the exact same boat that we are. 288 days. 833 days is just way too long for us to be trying to wait for investigative leads. We feel very strongly that we could provide that service to not only our sister agencies here in the Valley, but we could gather some revenue from that. When we talk about a cooperative agreement, it's a bigger conversation. When we start talking about financially figuring out what those right personnel staff is, and that's where we stand out above all others. We have hired some of those very qualified staff members with great credentials from the state police. We're happy for that. But absolutely, when you start talking about what a DNA sample entails and how long that turnaround is, we could for sure make significant revenue by adding this service to the sheriff's office and to the county.
If you could have a little bit more information to the board before deliberations on this, more of a business model, so we know what the cost would be out of the general fund versus revenues generated through fees or potential partnership, that would be great.
Certainly.
I would just echo that, Madam Chair. I think it'd be helpful to kind of see that on the front end versus us trying to MacGyver it on the back end. And I guess I'm just not sure, is there a fee associated for cities to go through the state lab, or would they have to proactively choose, we want better, cheaper, faster service, so we'll pay for it on the front end. What would be the value? I understand the value proposition, better, cheaper, but I don't know, do they have to pay anything currently to go through the state?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Laciando, absolutely not.
Okay.
It is, you get what you pay for.
Okay, so we would have to show sort of, show that model, you're gonna have better, I don't know, maybe you need less deputies, I have no idea what, if you're able to invest in this model on the front end. Okay,
So every one of our jurisdictions, cities, if you want to have that done through a private lab and have that done quicker, I know it's a great question that you could even talk to Prosecutor Bennett's about this conversation. We run into it quite frequently. Situations where we have a case pending for court and we're still waiting on evidence and our prosecutors are having to dismiss cases and refile those same cases because we don't have the evidence back in time. And we would love to not only have the investigative lead on the front end to solve the crime, but we would love to have our evidence back in time so that we're not having to postpone and reset some of our criminal proceedings, as we all know how valuable court time and space is.
So I just think, a little more analysis on that. It's really needed, but
Yeah.
how we pay for it is.
We have that ready, and we'll be ready for that conversation.
Any questions? Good?
I'm good.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Thank
Great
you.
job. And
Have a
again,
great day.
Your team is all fantastic. Kudos to all of you. Thanks for coming, everyone. Great to see you. Want to take a recess or go, or start with McQuaid, because we only have. Come up to the podium, and I believe next up is our assessor, Bob McQuaid. Good afternoon, Kathleen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the assessor is one of 7 constitutionally elected offices within Ada County. Assessor Robert McQuaid is responsible for the assessor's office, motor vehicle appraisal, and land records. Assessor administration handles the administrative functions for the duties of the assessor. Administration's primary responsibility is serving the public at walk-up counters, processing address updates, homeowner exemptions, and property tax reduction applications. Motor vehicle acts as the agent of the Idaho Department of Transportation in processing vehicle registrations, vehicle licenses, and titles. Appraisal is responsible for the annual assessment of all real and personal property in Ada County. Every year in late May, the assessor sends market value estimates to all property owners in Ada County. In June, appraisers respond to taxpayer questions regarding assessments and defend their estimates of value on appeal before the County Board of Equalization. Appraisers also collect all data related to new construction, physically re-inspect at least 20% of the county annually, and conduct market analysis for trending purposes. Land Records' mission is to compile Ada County's property ownership records in support of the assessment analysis and public inquiry. They are responsible for maintaining the county's official tax parcel map and ownership records. Land Records also maintains the online property information system and GIS map, as well as the official street name and addressing number map. We'll go ahead and look at all 3 budgets, and then I'll turn it over. The Assessor's Department is a department within the current expense fund. The allocation or appropriation for FY21 was from the 20 budget, a personnel of $969,000, operating in capital of $92,583, with a reduction from those appropriations we talked about earlier of $7,000, for a total appropriation of $1,053,892. Budget request for FY21 of personnel of $966,299, operating in capital at $87,593, for a total budget submission that equaled their appropriation total of $1,053,892. You can see some history of their budget to actual, and then the history of their number of employees. Motor vehicle is a department within the current expense fund. However, they are self-supported, so their revenue equals their expense. No supplementals, no appropriation here. The adopted budget for FY20 Included personnel of $2.3 million and operating and capital of $519,000 for a total adopted 20 budget of $2,910,330. Budget requests for 2021 include personnel costs of $2,376,919 and operating and capital of $519,785. Total budget submission for FY21 at $2,896,703. It's a decrease of $13,626. As you can see, relatively flat. Number of employees relatively flat. Appraisal and land records, better known as ad valorem. They are a special levy fund, so they have their own levy, but they share within that 3% property increase of base. Their appropriation total for this year started out with a 20 adopted budget of $3.4 million, operating in capital of $292,000, reduced by the adjustments of $42,000, and increased by the revenue of $2,400 for an appropriation total of $3,696,265. Budget requests for FY21 include personnel costs of $3,442,377, operating costs of $253,888 for a budget submission for FY21 that equaled their appropriation total of $3,696,265. You see the history of that. And with that, I'd like to introduce Bob McQuaid to go over these budgets.
Thank you, Kathleen.
I'd like to note that I believe it was Mr. McQuaid who coined the term budget dust last year.
Oh.
So may that live on forever.
Well,
Good
some of that is
afternoon.
very descriptive. Madam Chairman, Commissioners, I know we want to have this wrapped up before maybe 10 after 4 or 5 after 4, so I'll just get started. I just want to first of all, thank Kathleen for everything she does for our office when it comes to the budget. She's just absolutely amazing. We can really count on her, and our requests to her go way beyond just getting ready for the budget here. The assessor's office, our values, the philosophy of our values assure superior public service. Superior public service, that was my tagline when I ran for office in 1994.
Really?
Yes, and it has stayed with us all this time, and it's something I always go back to. And to me, the guiding principles for the superior public service is, first of all, we know that we serve the taxpayer, and we're here at the taxpayer's pleasure. They can get rid of me anytime they want, in a 4-year period. And I really am so indebted to the employees of the assessor's office because they just give such service that they continue to reelect me. The second guiding principle is the law. We always follow the law. Whenever someone comes up with a question like, how do we do this? We always resort to what does the law or what does the rule say? It's just something that we live and breathe by as part of our ethos, perhaps you could say that. And we really never waver. But it's what we will try to do. If someone comes in and they need to get from here to here, but there might be apparent impediments, I see that my staff, and I know they do this, they work to guide people through those hurdles and get them where they need to be, but again, without violating any laws at all. The mission of the assessor's office is we want to be widely recognized for providing award-winning and cost-effective services, and as professionals using best practices, we exceed the needs of those we serve. We recently were recertified the Certificate of Excellence in Assessment Administration. We were only, I think it was about the 17th or the 19th county in the state of Idaho to receive that acknowledgement, and it covers everything from assessment practices to admin. And cost-effective is extremely important to us. In 2010 and 2011, we reduced our budget by 18% over those 2 periods because the economy was in a recession. And we just felt that we needed to be part of that experience. And the employees are always looking for ways to save money. Last year, we came across something, it was an item on our budget that we felt we were really being overcharged for it, and we got in touch with responsible people and got that reduced significantly. And I could just go on many occasions where we have really reined in our expenses. The values are excellence, integrity, respect, continuous learning, accountability, and commitment. Whenever we have a new employee, I always will sit down and spend about an hour visiting with them, and we go through these, the philosophy and the values one by one, telling them how I see that particular value and to see if this is a value that they could live with. Let's see, I'm going to go back. Okay, the goals by division. The admin division, as Kathleen said, do the homeowners exemptions, PTR, process tax cancellations, and what. The key goal there for admin is to improve our image through improvements to internal and external communications. Two real good examples of that, recent examples, is the outreach that, with the help of Commissioner Machiondo, to sign up more people for homeowners, the property tax reduction and the veterans reduction. And so far, we're up 92 over the on the PTR, and we have one more week to go for that. That's a 2% increase. The veterans program's up 70. It's a 25% increase. Also, the assessment, the insert that we included with our assessment notice this year, and that was really with the help of Elizabeth Duncan. I think that has just worked out really well, again, to communicate to the public with what is going on.
So Bob, just quickly on the circuit breaker program, what's the increase that we've seen on the circuit breaker?
It's a 2% increase. We're up 92.
And we're still working on that?
Yes, we have one more week to go.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. Land records, they maintain the property ownership. GIS maintain the website, design and maintain our mobile applications, and the aerial imagery that we use. That's really important. Last year, we rolled out something that I'd wanted to do for years. We have always used the what is called the orthophotos. So in other words, when you're looking down, you see something that's just square. So it might just look like the roof of a large office building. But we have this new imagery called oblique imagery. And so when you get to look at it from the side, it's as if you're looking at it this way. What looked like an office building just from the roof print, actually, you say, oh, it's a church that is there. That's been really helpful and very well received by the appraisal staff. And that's in land records. Appraisal, we've talked about the appraisal is to increase what they do. Their key goal is to increase accuracy and equity of assessed values in accordance with best practices and reduce critical errors in the appraisal division. And a couple of things we have done with that is we just started that, I believe it was in 2015, is the new construction survey, and we're now doing the existing parcel surveys. We have 206,000 parcels and 35, 40 pieces of information, so that's probably close. You know, it's in literally millions and millions of pieces of data. We don't know what the quality of the database is, but it's what we're doing right now is ensuring that the new data that goes in is accurate, and that's what we call the new construction survey, and we'll go over that and some of the results of that. And then also mobile implementation. We started that several years ago, and that's one thing that really permitted us to very quickly transition from the work environment to the off-site environment for the back in March. Motor vehicles is to enhance training and educational opportunities for staff and management and to motivate and maintain well-trained staff. Staff goes to training. There's the ITD training classes and other classes, and we really emphasize a lot of educational opportunities for the supervisors. Some of our key performance metrics, we're looking at the appraisal division. I'm sure you heard that this year. We're having a discussion about what are we going to do with assessments. As you can see, in 2019, we were at a 98%. In other words, if you take all of the single-family residential sales in Ada County, it's probably, for 19, that's probably 12,000 of them. You divide that by our assessment, we were at 98% of those values, of those sales values, and that's really just it's an amazing feat in itself. Appraising statistics, new construction survey, I mentioned that just a moment ago. A couple things I want to point out. If you look at the second column, proportion, mailable without processing errors, that is an assessment notice that is ready to go out, and we know that assessment is error-free. We've gone from 80%, 81% to a 95% mail out. And with us in our office, we're never, continuous improvement is a journey, it's not a destination. And so we're going to keep pushing that up. Another one I want to direct your attention to, it's fourth column from the right is the critical error. Those are errors that would make a substantial difference in the assessed value. So when we started doing this in 2015, it was 1.29, and we're now down to just a little over 0.5% in the error rate on the new construction survey. So we know that we might have garbage in there, but we're not putting garbage in anymore. We know it's really good and sound, and to test what is in there already, as you saw on the insert, we're asking people to go to our website, look at the characteristics, and see if there are any errors there, and if so, call us about that. Land records deprocessing. In 2017, we were 5 days behind the recorder's office. They just keep pushing documents out, and we're trying to keep up with them. 2018, we had that down to 1, and last year, we were just right on the heels of the clerk's office on that. Motor vehicles, we've got the average yearly wait time, 6 minutes down to 5 minutes. And we've really have had that under control for several years now. So now what we're really concentrating on is the maximum wait time. You can see there's 31 minutes and then 28 minutes. There's a lot of variation in there. So our first attempt is to control the variation and then start driving that number down too. Because, even though most of the people are there for 5 minutes, if you've been waiting there for 30 minutes, that is an eternity.
I just wanted to commend you too on your critical error rate going down to 0.57% while your sample rate doubled.
Yes.
So conversely.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah, that is really nice.
I want to just point out one more thing in our office. This is an important metric to me anyway, and that is, if you look at the growth of our staff, this is from 2009 to 2019, that's a 10-year period. Assessor admin, there's 11. That has not changed. Ad valorem, up 2.2%. We've added 1 appraiser, and I'm going to come back to that in a minute, but only 1 appraiser. Motor vehicles, we're at 2. Our total increase for personnel for a 10-year period is adding 3%, which is something we're very proud of. And we're able to do that by exploiting technology and examining our processes. And that's something I think we should all be proud of, and the county should be proud of that as well. Assessor admin, some of the work that they do is the PTR applications. We've gone from 39 to 4,600. And we've talked before, that number just has really not changed at all in the last, really even for the last 20 years, that number is about the same. Number of telephone calls, you see 28,000, that comes out to about 100 phone calls a day. And homeowners processed, 4,600 and 125,000 total homeowners exemptions out there. Land records, they're processing statistics, new subdivisions. That's down this year for 2019 to 139. Number of lots is down compared to the prior year. And we've noticed that things slowed down a little bit in 2019 over 2018. 2018 was a very strong year in the real estate market. And then the total recorded documents is 29,000. New construction, this is a big piece, and this really shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody. It's new construction count, just about 6,000 new homes came online last year. We had 46,000 parcels we have to reappraise. We have to reappraise 20% of the parcels every year. That's 46,000. And keep in mind that our appraisal staff really has not increased. And then the number of parcels is up there at about 206,000. This probably is the most important slide that I really would want you to take a look at, and that is if you look at the red line, that's the total residential parcel count. It's gone from 162 and 15 to 170, 175.
My kids' camp is gone.
But this was the best part. It's okay. It's okay. Well, this is online. You can go back and look at it later. That line, to me, is really important. That's a 1.3% annualized growth rate. If you look at the green line, that's the number of residential staff that has a 0 growth rate.
Are they just like working around the clock, 24/7? What,
They're-
coding themselves?
They're
What?
just working smarter, but it's really getting tough, really difficult, because if you look at the new residential staff needed to maintain the parcel per appraisers, at about 8,500 is where we should be, and we're actually at about 9,000 or 10,000. So this is something that's really concerning to me, is we do need to do something about that. In fact, this year, I was really committed with Aaron Brady, our supervisor, that we were going to ask for 2 new appraisers. We really need it. It's almost to the point, we're at a tipping point where it's really becoming critical, and perhaps we could start having some serious problems if this isn't addressed. But to me, what went on with the economy in March and April was really overriding. Aaron has assured me we can continue to do the work that we have been, but next year we really need to look at that. Motor vehicles, this is an interesting graph. This is our, I look at any difference between the revenue and the expenses is profit or a loss. If you'll see, in 2019, our earnings, if you will, or profit went down from 362 to 251. That is, in 2019, we reduced our admin fee, and also we got a surprise from the Transportation Department in that we could only issue 1 more temporary license plate. Typically, if someone needed 2 or 3 before they could get a permanent license, we would do that and we would get a fee on that, but we no longer get that fee, so that's a loss of $70,000 right there. So we're watching the revenue very closely, and of course, the bottom just fell out of the revenue side when we shut things down, but it's starting to pick up. We're still very encouraged that we'll end up in with a positive balance there. Motor vehicles, they did 866,000 transactions last year. That's getting close to 1 million transactions. 655,000 were done in the office, 120 on the internet, and 97,000 in the mail. And this is the end of my presentation. Commissioner Lanciani, you're going to have plenty of time to make your meeting. It really doesn't require much of explanation. The only thing I would just mention about is if you look at ad valorem, the capital, there's a decrease of 46,000 or 100%. There is what that was that we have computers and office furniture, which no longer is really defined as capital anymore. So we moved that up into operating. So that's why the operating went up, operating budget went up. And as you can see, we have no supplementals, no salary adjustments, no reclassifications. We've eliminated all conferences, all travel. And we did this because when we were putting this budget together, again, the economy was just in a free fall. And we all just felt it was so important that we really rein in our expenses this year. And I commented a little bit earlier, perhaps we could have found a little bit more where we could have cut this year. I know other businesses are doing that, but we've come up with about a 1% decrease overall. Madam Chairman, Commissioner Lanciani, Commissioner Malloy, those are my remarks.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your fiscal accountability and your years of dedication to this job. And you've instilled a lot of trust with the public and you and what you do and your team. And I know that that's really appreciated by everyone. So thank you for that.
Well, we hope so. Thank you. Thank you.
Comments, questions?
Just real briefly, and I don't know that it's something we necessarily have to kind of solve in the moment, but more kind of a general thought or principle. And now that I understand it better, understanding how those motor vehicle fees have flexed over time and your office's commitment to make sure that the fee reflects the true cost. I'm just sort of balancing that in my mind with more of a principle around like where possible, if we have the opportunity to issue fees versus utilizing property taxes. I think it's something we continue to take a look at. And on the one hand, I think it's a source of pride to have the lowest fees in the state. On the other hand, I think Ada County residents probably wouldn't feel it hurt in their pocketbooks too much to see a fee increase for motor vehicles, and if there was an opportunity to offset other costs, I'd be very supportive of that. So I think that's an ongoing conversation that we can have. Again, not necessarily something today, but certainly something I'm interested in.
Commissioner Malloy.
Madam Chair, Bob, I would just like to say that coming from 2 other states where if you're going to go to the motor vehicles division, you might as well pack a lunch. I am very appreciative. When I first moved here to Meridian, I took my cell phone and took a picture in video as I was walking in. I went in, I pushed the button, the ticket came out, and my number was called. Now, I posted that on social media, and all my friends living out of state said they hated me. But I appreciate your attention to the wait times. I appreciate your attention to, again, the fiscal restraint. I know that's always a tension because it means we don't have control of, driver's license fees and other things like that. But I just, like I said, you're somebody I really respect, your integrity and really customer service oriented as well, that you're looking at the experience of the taxpayer and trying to make sure they have a great experience while they're having to pay out whatever money is reasonable for them to pay out. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If I can just add one thing, speaking about, the customer experience, I remember early on, when we had these wait times down, somebody came in, we first put the queuing system in place, and a guy pulled the ticket, and he just went up, just as you said, and he said, could you at least maybe wait 5 minutes? So I felt like I was in a real motor vehicle office. So that's something we're working on. That'll be next year.
Yeah.
Well, it's so funny you say that, because someone born and raised here, when I have lived elsewhere and not realizing that was a thing, didn't appropriately budget my time and was, aghast at how long it took me.
But yes, so for anyone living here that thinks it's bad, that has always lived here, just go register a vehicle in another state and then come back and you'll appreciate what you've got.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Madam Chairman, that's everything I have.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you and your staff for all the hard work that you do year-round. And I know that you're a proponent for continuous quality improvement and always looking at ways, and I really appreciate that. We're trying to spread that type of culture around all the other departments, and so maybe there's lessons learned, and I know we're having regular department meetings now that Steve Rutherford is on board. We were talking about using our internal subject matter experts to come in and help teach each other on best practices and what we do and how we do it. So that might be a great opportunity to utilize your expertise in this area.
Well, we've learned from others. I know EMS is just an amazing job. We've learned from them. We can all learn from everyone.
Yeah, thank you again.
And we'll see you all real soon for
2 weeks.
Yeah,
Board of
we'll get
Equalization.
real cozy and
Rock and roll with you. Thank you.
Thanks for your attention.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did have, Bob, I'm sorry. I did have one other question. And who sets the requirement on when a license plate is to be replaced?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Malloy, that is the state legislature does
Okay.
that.
I just wondered about
And I
that.
know something they were really interested in is the reflectivity, and that's why they had to be replaced
Right.
after 7 years.
Right,
Because they
okay.
felt that was diminished, but it's the state legislature.
It just was in the back of my head, and I knew you were this was a good venue to ask that. Thank you.
And you've got my cell phone number. Just go ahead and feel free to call.
You can text him while you're up there.
Yeah.
All right, any further discussion from Kathleen or from Phil? Then we're going to go ahead and recess, and we will pick up again tomorrow, June 9th, Tuesday at 1:30. Okay, thank you again.
I'm gonna go.